We'll go ahead and get started. We'll go ahead and submit that we begin our meeting. Do we get a second?
I will second that.
Very good. All right, we'll go ahead and get going. Jan, Paul, I see that you're both on the line. Good to see you. Make sure that when we turn it over to you, just make sure you take your mic off, or put your mic on. I'm sorry. Turn it on. All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just said will do.
Perfect. And Paul, could we just get a mic check from you too to make sure we can hear you? Okay.
He can't hear you.
Oh, you can't. Paul can't hear us.
You can hear me, I'm not hearing you guys.
Okay. Do you need a second, or? Well, I guess you wouldn't know because you can't hear us.
Can you hear me, Paul?
I don't think
I
so.
heard you, how about you, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Careful what you say.
Let me.
100% or everything.
Perhaps your volume?
Nothing?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, sir.
You can. All right, very good. Okay, let's go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So good evening, and thank you again, everyone, for coming tonight. We have a lot to get through. And first, we're going to begin with talking with the Department of Public Works regarding their fiscal year 2026 budget submission. And then after that, we're going to be going through each of the budgets and voting on them all as far as the advisory board's recommendation. I first want to make a few comments on the process that we're using in our budget reviews for general understanding. And first, I've received some inquiries as to some of our questions regarding morale in departments and other items that appear on their face to be non-budget related. And I've spent a good part of my career outside of my service here on the advisory board in financial roles for private companies. And what I've learned in years in finance is that numbers tell a story. They reflect our priorities, our challenges, and our opportunities. They also reflect our strategy. And as I've said before, it is not the duty of the advisory board to approve financial commitments because they fall into line with historical norms. It is our duty to ask why and why not. And to understand the numbers means that we must understand the operations. It means we must understand the risks as well as the opportunities that come with them. This body is not a rubber stamp, but an oversight board of volunteers that takes a deeper dive into our town's financial planning and decisions on behalf of our fellow citizens. So we will ask the tough questions, and we will do much of it publicly, as the town deserves transparent discourse into the management of their hard-earned dollars. Our job as a board is to advise, and to advise, we must understand. So I'd like to thank all of the department heads and other town employees who have given their time to us over the last month to understand their needs, their challenges, their opportunities, and most importantly, their perspectives, because they impact us all. Second of all, we're going to vote tonight to approve or to recommend approval by the town of budgets for the individual departments as needed. However, the process will not stop there. Our board's composed of volunteers who come to this body with a great deal of experience in different areas. And as such, during the course of our work in the last month, we have made note of areas that we believe could be improved in the financial planning done by the town. And while the advisory board has no ability to enact any kind of binding requirements of any kind upon the town, we will make recommendations at the joint advisory board and select board meeting that's coming up in a few weeks as to the improvements that we recommend in budgeting and planning in areas that we believe deserve a greater level of attention operationally going forward due to the potential risks that they present to the town financially. And we hope these recommendations are given their proper consideration by town officials. And lastly, I want to say this to all the members of the advisory board for their work to date in this process. It is a substantial amount of time that's taken away from our day jobs, taken away from our families, and it's all done on a volunteer basis. So I just want to thank you all, Paul, Jan, Donnie, who can't be with us tonight, Sherry, and Brian, for all of your continued commitment and work. It is very much appreciated. All right, so with that, next up, we're going to be talking with the DPW. Mr. Patterson here from the DPW. Come on up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And everybody else?
Yeah, thank you for being here, Sean.
Pleasure. Thanks for having us.
So the scope of the DPW's work in our town is, I just want to say this real quick, is greater than I think many probably realize, and our town does not function without them. They perform services that many overlook in their day-to-day lives, and that is not entirely by accident. Because when they're doing a great job, we often don't notice it because it means things are both figuratively and quite literally moving. Our water flows and it's safe to drink. Our roads are clean and free of obstructions. Our waste is safely and cleanly removed. And our maintenance and repair of the hundreds of millions of dollars of assets that we own are done without most ever noticing. So it is the silence of their success that I believe reflects their contribution to the town, and we're incredibly grateful for the work that you and your team of, I believe, almost 100 folks, almost 100 employees?
85.
85, all right, so it's getting there. We're incredibly grateful to everything that you and your department is doing on a regular basis to do that, and the fact that you do it in a way that a lot of us don't even notice is a testament, again, to the incredible job that you're doing. So we appreciate that.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for recognizing that.
And I thank you, again, for being here tonight to take our questions and discuss our budget with us. So I want to ask a couple of questions first, kind of get us on to the make sure that we're all on the same wavelength.
Before we start,
Yeah, please.
I'd like to introduce two of my colleagues.
Great.
We have Sharon Studley, who's our Assistant Superintendent in charge of Business Administration,
Thank you for being here.
my right-hand person. And we have Ken Ryan, who's the Assistant Town Engineer, who is a technical expert, which is why I brought him along tonight, in case you have any technical questions, because I'm just the ding-dong that steers a ship. Without them, I'm nothing.
All right, that's right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. I wanted to make sure, just to level set, that we understand the scope of the DPW's role in the town. So it includes, and correct me if I get any of this wrong, includes roads, which is repairs and maintenance of all town-owned roads, right? All public rights of way that are not state-owned. Trees, cemeteries, parks, and all of repair and maintenance relating to those.
Would you like me to list the divisions?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So we have highway, which takes care of a lot of the roads, and snow plowing and so forth. Actually, snow plowing is a team effort by everybody. Then we have cemetery, trees, and greens. They take care of the trees, the cemeteries, our town grounds. We also have wastewater, which is comprised of about 15 people that take care of all our wastewater that people are in sewer. We have the water department, which is split between meters and distribution. And we also have the road crew that does all the water main repairs. They're on 24/7 call. We then have the engineering division, which Ken belongs to, and 3 other people that do phenomenal work for the town. We have the administration division, which Sharon and I are part of, as well as the other clerical staff. We have the solid waste division, which is in charge of our transfer station. And we have equipment maintenance, but they take care of all the vehicles in town pretty much, from DPW, police, fire, town hall vehicles, school. And am I missing anybody? I think I got everybody. Is that 8?
Quite a bit.
Yeah. Thank you.
So the town budget includes, the town budget, the way that it's presented in the fiscal year 2026 budget, is everything but wastewater, water, and solid waste, which is under enterprise funds.
That's correct.
Okay. The town budget for all of those items that don't include water, wastewater, and solid waste amounts to about $3.7 million in the fiscal year 2026 budget. And then enterprise funds are another $16.6 million on top of that.
That sounds about right. I was figuring about 18.5 million
So
total.
if you think about that, right, in terms of order and magnitude, or orders of magnitude rather, that's a total of a little over $20 million
We're the
in-
second largest department in town, besides the schools.
besides schools, yeah. I mean, pretty substantial. A third of what the school budget is. Okay. All right, so I just wanted to make sure I was, we kind of level set on exactly what we're talking about, which is quite a bit. I have a whole bunch of questions, but I know that this is from the advisory board, Sherry and Paul have been leading the effort here. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Paul. Paul, if you have specific questions or anything you want to walk through with us, and or I can go ahead and get started. It's up to you. Give Paul a second.
Paul, can you hear us?
It's on mute now. Oh, you had it.
Hi, finally.
There you go.
I just happens, sorry folks, I just happen to be running a new laptop on this meeting that thing runs set up. I only had some operational questions around the vehicle maintenance, the rest were just some line items on the budget. So, I just wanted to get a little better understanding of the vehicle maintenance.
Sure.
Operational. And then I just had some budget line item questions on a few of some of the bigger swings. I think a lot of it is just due to the new accounting methods and process improvement. But Sean, if you could, how are we handling fire and ambulance repairs?
Currently, I believe the fire department has their own mechanic, and if they reach to a point where they can't fix something, they will contact our supervisor at equipment maintenance, and I would say 75 to 85% of the time, the ambulances and the fire trucks go out to Greenwood for service, because they're under warranty for one, and it takes a little more technical experience than what we have on staff.
Okay, so most of the vehicle maintenance you're doing is like land maintenance, oil changes and whatnot on highway equipment, on cemetery trees and greens, lawnmowers, that type of stuff.
We do a lot of routine maintenance, as you said, oil changes, grease, tires, brakes. I would say 75% of the things that need to be done on our vehicles, including the town hall vehicles, police. A lot of times the police will go out to Colonial Ford to get fixed, unless we can't do it ourselves. But I would say with the staff we have, we take care of a lot of the general maintenance, such as brakes, exhaust, tires, rotating tires, tune-ups. Anything that, like a motor rebuild, we send out. We haven't got the staff to do that, nor the resources. But I would say that 75% of the equipment operation is, equipment maintenance operation is general maintenance.
Okay, and on that, the general maintenance, how are you handling spare parts inventory?
I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
Spare parts inventory, do we have a central stock room for, oil filters, tires?
We do.
brake pads?
We do.
Do you know how much we carry in inventory in the town?
Not as much as we used to, because the parts aren't available. And I think I mentioned before at our first meeting that since COVID, vehicle parts have gone up 66%.
Yeah.
So a lot of our vendors don't stock the parts like they used to, so we try to get as much as we can, and we try to buy 3 or 4 items and stock them, so we have them, especially in the wintertime when snow and ice hits us. So at least we have something in stock, to make a replacement.
And how are you managing inventory? As far as stock room, in location?
We have a state-of-the-art facility now, and we have a stock room that we stock all our parts in, and they're all categorized to certain vehicles and certain parts. For instance, we'll say the Mack trucks. It's set up in a category where the Mack trucks are, and you look under brakes, and you're going to find brake pads and shoes and so forth that you need.
Yeah, and then, I mean, get over there and take a look at your facilities, and hopefully the next week or two, I'll do that along with some other facilities.
Well, you're more than welcome, all you are.
And how are you managing the inventory as far as computerized? Is it just spreadsheets of the inventory?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, you mentioned tires. I remember doing some project with tires. Are you keeping tires, spare tires as well?
Yes,
The
we
reason
are.
I asked is I remember I ran into a project similar to this that had another issue with longevity or the life of a tire. If it's in inventory too long, it's going to be thrown out. If that's something that's even a factor because you're only keeping a few.
We try to keep enough, I would say, we'll say 8 tires to supply 2 cruisers. We primarily stock the police department's tires because they're on the road 24/7. We do have various truck tires on the vehicles that we have. If we have a blowout, we can fix it right away, then order another one. Those have the rims already attached to them, so they're ready to just slap on the truck if we do blow a tire out. The same thing with the Bobcat. We do have a couple spare tires for that. So we do keep some spares. And then actually, they're new and ready to go on the vehicle.
So you don't run, I think it's an 8-year life or a 7-year life in tires.
Police cruisers go through a lot more than that because, like I said, they're on the road 24/7.
No, I mean kept in inventory and not used.
Oh, no, they get used quite a bit.
So your turnover is good enough.
Yes.
Oh, good, that's just some of the operational things that I had notes from our last meeting. Rick, the other questions I had was just on some budget line items, just a few, half a dozen, so I don't know if you want to do that now or go through your questions.
Maybe we can continue with the operational questions and then move into budget questions.
Great.
We were just talking about maintenance and repairs of vehicles in particular, but obviously you do maintenance and repairs on a lot of things that go beyond just vehicles. How do we track that? How is that? What do we use to track the statistics on that in order to be able to see what the useful life, or not the useful life, but the remaining life on these assets are, and be able to predict from a capital perspective when those needs are going to arise?
Currently, everything has a separate file. Every vehicle we have in town is got its own file. We're starting to transfer it over to computer files instead.
It'll be done electronically?
Yes,
It's in a software system or something that
it is.
Okay.
And it's something we've been looking into for a while, and I think we finally got some clarity on it.
Before it was computerized, was it just being done with spreadsheets, or?
It was being done by paper.
By paper? Wow, okay. So
That's
it's
why
being done,
it's-
it's going to be done electronically going forward?
Going forward, yes.
Do we already have a software system that's been selected for that, or?
We're currently looking at a couple different options.
Okay,
So when we had the old building, everything was in handwriting. We didn't really have much computer access in the garage. We had a lot of birds that flew around there, but we didn't have much of up-to-date software. So since we've got into the new building, we've kind of set up in a different direction to try and get everything digital on a disk or a thumb drive to store all our maintenance records. But right now, we're starting to try and transfer all the stuff we have on paper onto a a hard drive, to start maintaining or tracking that way instead of what we've been doing for the last 20 years.
and are there foreseen predicted benefits from utilizing software to track this in terms of decreased risk or lower maintenance costs because of our ability to track it and measure it easier, or what's kind of the big benefit of?
Less paper, less handwriting.
Sure.
Would we be able to track things a lot easier? Absolutely. But I have to say that the staff that manages the equipment maintenance have done a phenomenal job over the years tracking everything and keeping records of every vehicle, past and present.
Good. You said earlier we have 85 employees in total, or?
Yes.
Okay. And are they union employees, or a
Yes, they
portion
are.
of them? And how many of them are union versus non-union?
65.
65, okay.
That's not counting the clerical staff. We have some people that are personal bylaw. I'm under contract. I would say that 65 to 70 people are in the union, including the clerical staff.
And when's that CBA expire?
Their contract,
Yeah.
I believe, in 2 years.
Okay. And how's morale in the department right now?
It's good. We have a good bunch. There's no question that people enjoy coming to work, and they do a great job. We have a good leadership staff. I will say that over the years, working with Mike Marasco, he's been very good to us and helped us get what we need to go forward.
Good. And shifting back to maintenance, and I guess more maintenance repair, well, maybe more replacement. Do we have a long-term capital plan for small and major capital projects, and how is that done? How is that planned for?
We have a 5-year plan,
Okay,
and it includes projects that need to be done, and we prioritize the projects as a need basis, not want. Our capital plan primarily is comprised of vehicles. We're trying to stretch the life out on the vehicles as much as we can, because getting a vehicle these days is very, very difficult. For instance, if I wanted to order a dump truck, it's going to take me 3 years to see it. So we've taken a different avenue and trying to maintain and prolong the life of a lot of our vehicles, including the smaller ones as well. But we do have a 5-year plan, and we have everything spread out as a need basis. We have a lot of projects that need to be done. And again, those are done on priority basis, and I work a lot with Ken and the engineering staff to find out what we need to do first versus something that can wait a little bit.
Quick question on the vehicles. Does the town own most of the vehicles or lease most of them?
We own them.
one of the things that I noted, and I know this is a bit of a budget question, is that the maintenance budget was down by, that's in here, is down by like 42%. Maybe, no, wait a second, I'm looking at the wrong one. 1 second. I think I wrote that down wrong, Sean.
I was going to say, I don't think it went down.
Yeah, I know that went up, okay. What's missing from the budget, if anything?
I have to say that these three individuals over here did a fantastic job in the budget this year. We're very happy. We do meet on Mondays. We used to meet every Monday, now we've gone to every other Monday because we've gotten a better grasp on things all the way around. But I have to credit to Sean Strobel and Meg and Michael. They went back the last 3 or 4 years to see where our shortfalls were, and they did some considerable increases that needed to be done for a long time. Our budget wasn't really touched, I shouldn't say touched, but it wasn't really increased for the last 10 years I've been around here. Sean did do an analysis. He went back 4 years and looked where all our shortfalls were and did a fantastic job bringing everything the way we should be.
So what did you find as the shortfalls that needed to be compensated for?
Over the years, cemetery trees and greens and equipment maintenance have always been running short. In the past, we used to ask for a year-end transfer to supplement the deficit, and it's primarily equipment maintenance. And this goes back 3 or 4 or 5 years when COVID started because we couldn't project how much we were going to spend on parts. Then we weren't sure we were going to have the available parts that we needed. And snow and ice takes a big, big chunk of that budget because we need to get prepared before winter starts. And that's fixing plows, fixing vehicles, the sanders, the chains. There's a lot that goes into it, and a lot of, like I said, the cost has gone up considerably. And I think Sean addressed that pretty well in this budget going forward, which we needed to recognize, but it's nice, it's refreshing. I think going into fiscal '26, we're going to be in a lot better shape than we were in the past.
Good.
Did I forget anything?
I don't have any other operational questions. Do you have any operational questions? So let's go to, let's move to budget questions. Just wondering if we could start with, the administration. So under the budget here, we have a drop of about 15%. Most of it's coming from a $46,000 difference in salaries, full-time salaries, is the difference between the fiscal year '26 request and the fiscal year '25 appropriation, meaning that it's gone down by about 35%. There is an increase on the part-time side by about $24,000, but net, it's still a difference of about $24,000 down in that budget, which yields a variance of about 15% to the negative. Do you know what's driving that change?
I can actually speak to that.
Please.
So what we have done is spent a lot of time analyzing actual payroll versus what was projected in the FY25 budget. So for example, in the full-time salary lines, there was actually a part-time employee that was coded or being charged to the full-time salary line. So you're actually seeing that correction in FY26. But at the same time, a majority of the DPW administration folks are split between general fund and the 3 enterprises. So this budget actually recognizes that allocation of their salaries across those 3 funds, plus the general fund.
Okay. And can you, I'm going to ask a rookie question here. You know, those are my favorite. Help walk me through how the general fund and the enterprise funds work together, because one of the things that's confused me is that I understand the concept, right? I get it. Enterprise funds are used, or the concept, right, is that you get money coming in from users, right? Citizens of the town that are using services, they pay for those, and those funds are used to offset the cost of performing these services, right? Whether you talk
Correct.
water, wastewater, right? So the rates are covering that
Correct.
in concept. But I see also a lot of money being moved from, almost $2 million, if I'm correct, that's moved from enterprise funds over to the maintenance funds. I'm sorry, enterprise funds to,
You're speaking about the
General
indirect,
funds.
you're talking about the indirect budget or the indirect numbers?
correct.
So the indirect really recognizes the contributions or the bills that are paid. Those bills are consolidated, so there's no direct payment methodology that we can employ to have, let's say, water pay for their pension contribution or have wastewater pay for the general insurance bill that we are being subject to. That's one consolidated bill for the entire town and schools. So that indirect policy is very important because it's a mechanism internally where we can charge those respective enterprise funds their portion of that consolidated bill that they're responsible for.
Okay, so for example, if we take the solid waste enterprise of this transfer to general funds, indirect of about $348,000. So that's being transferred from enterprise funds to the general fund in order to be able to pay for the insurance obligations, health insurance benefits and so forth for the people that work within the DPW, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then under water enterprise, so same thing, but 773,000.
That is correct.
Okay, so same thing. And then,
It would hold true for wastewater as well.
what's that, I'm sorry?
It would also hold true for wastewater as well.
For wastewater as well, okay. The 625,000.
In solid waste.
And solid waste, yes.
Okay. So that's used to cover benefits, more or less.
Benefits, other processes that there is no direct bill that can be paid, or my time, administration's time, legal's time. There's a whole policy that is structured just to capture what is actually indirect that is associated with the operation of the three enterprises.
Okay, so just to unpack that a little bit, so it's more than just the benefits, the fringe benefits, if you will, for our employees. It's also used for indirect overhead costs.
That is correct.
So it's like an overhead allocation of the town's time right here in Town Hall,
Yes.
and money expended in order to be able to support them.
Correct.
And how much of that, out of that 2 million or 1.75 million or whatever it is that it adds up to, how much of that is for benefits to the employees versus how much of it is for the overhead expense? Just on a percentage basis. You don't have to give me an exact number.
I can actually give you the figures. Let me just,
Okay.
one moment. So for water, it's approximately 6.91%. For wastewater, it's 4.7%, and for solid waste, it's 3.57%.
So I'm sorry, you said for, the first one was solid waste, or, sorry, wastewater?
Oh, the first one is water, which is 6.91%.
Uh-huh.
The second, which is wastewater, it's 4.70%. And for solid waste, it's 3.57%.
3.57%. Okay, and those are the amounts that are general overhead? Or those are the amounts that are the benefits?
Well, that's the percentage of personnel expenses that are associated with supporting those three enterprises.
Okay. I got you. So if we were to take all of the personnel that are supporting the DPW from outside of the DPW's offices,
Yes,
it would amount to, on average, 4-ish, 5-ish% of the total cost for that, okay. But my question is that if you got 1.75 million that's being moved to that's being moved out of enterprise funds and it's being moved to the general fund, what percentage of that 1.75 million is being used to pay for these overhead costs? Because you said that the 1.75 million, and I think I got my number correct there, between water, wastewater, and solid waste, it adds up to about $1.75 million. So out of that, what proportion is being spent out of that on benefits for our employees that work directly for the DPW versus not, versus the overhead? Does it make sense what I'm asking?
I'm a little confused as to specifically what you're asking for. I can give you the figures if you want to focus on just specifically employee benefits and services. I can tell you the totals. I don't have it broken down by percentage. So for example, for the water enterprise, just employee benefits and services alone, that totals $435,836.
So that's water, and then what's wastewater?
Wastewater is $369,452.
Okay.
And then
what's
solid waste is $258,153. That's just the employee benefits.
Okay, so out of the 1,750,000 thereabouts that shifted from enterprise funds to the general fund, about 61% of that is being used for DPW benefits,
Correct.
and then the other 40% is being used to cover the overhead of, on average, about 5% of those employees.
Yes, between the shared services and the shared professional services, that's the balance of the $1,063,000 that you're referring to. That's solely just for benefits.
Okay, got it. What share does no, never mind, I know the answer to that question. I was going to ask what percentage the DPW makes of the town's total budget, and it's 20-ish%?
It's about 20%.
About 20%, okay. So the fact that the overhead is around 5%,
Give or take, yes.
okay, all right, so that makes sense. Thank you. On highway, Mr. Patterson, the budget is presented as to go up 7.9%. And it looks like there was, I mean, just from a percentage standpoint, or from the, gross dollar standpoint, it's really the salaries that are changing there. What's the difference, that 68,000? Is that a new person, or?
It's probably the new contract is in effect, so their wages went up. And I don't think we've had anybody new to the staff.
So the collective bargaining agreement that they're in right now, when did that take effect?
Just before I got here, July of 2024?
Okay, so why would that be, or unless there was a 7 or 8% increase baked into the CBA?
No, but you also have to count in their overtime goes up too, along with their hourly rate. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, so again, this was an overhaul or analysis that was done on the full-time salary lines for highway, and there were employees that were not coded correctly, so that is why you're seeing that correction, which accurately reflects the true payroll of what is reflective of full-time highway salaries.
Okay, so is coding issues from last year to this year?
Correct.
Okay. Can you help me understand? So publicly owned vehicles that have to fill up on gas, because, like a police cruiser, for example, they go down to the DPW to fill up?
No, they go over to where the old DPW used to be,
Okay.
the fuel station, which is next to the police station.
Got it.
Everybody fuels up there with diesel and gasoline.
Okay, but that's part of this automotive fuel budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that doesn't get allocated out to the individual departments, it just all funnels into here?
I think it funnels into one. We do keep records of what vehicles are using fuel, but it all comes out of one line.
And how is that managed? I'm just curious. I mean, we call up the gas company and the gasoline folks?
You know,
show
you're
up
close.
with the
You're
tank, or-
close. One of our mechanics, our lead mechanic, goes down, I would say twice, 2 or 3 times a week, and checks the level of the fuel. And when we get down to a certain level, which is like a quarter of a tank, we order the fuel and they bring it in within a couple days.
In the way that's purchased, it's just purchased like on a spot market, meaning it's just purchased whatever the price happens to be that particular day?
No, we have a contract in place for a year. We lock in, usually before fall.
Okay, so every gallon that we're putting into a police cruiser, for instance, we already know the price well ahead of time?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What is that price?
I don't know on the top of my head.
You know what we pay for gas? I'm just curious how that compares to what, if a police cruiser went to the Shell station and...
It's below rack price,
It is, okay.
yeah. Which is why we try to lock in, because we want to get that low price for the year on diesel and gasoline.
Sure.
And normally I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but it's lower than the rack price you see in the street.
You know, by just percentage-wise, how much is it? Are we talking just a little bit, or is it pretty significant?
If I had to guess, I'd say 10 cents on the gallon.
Thank you. When we look at the DPW maintenance department here, that's up by a little over 9% in full-time salaries. That's also the explanation there is also goes back to the coding between enterprise funds, or the enterprise and town.
I'm sorry, what was that question again, please?
If you look at the DPW maintenance, 449, and there's a difference of 9.4% in full-time salaries. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. Is it the same reason that?
It's essentially the same reason. As we look at the DPW department and how employees were coded previously, there's been some movement, there's been some transition, and unfortunately, some of those employees were coded incorrectly to either the wrong division, or in some cases, their allocation across the enterprises was not recognized, and that this is a correction of that.
Okay.
Rick, can I ask a question on fuel?
Please.
Going back to fuel again on something previous in my life, do we do data logging on the fuel distribution per vehicle?
Yes, we do.
Can you explain how that's done?
At the control box at the fuel depot, there is a keypad, and each vehicle has a fob. You register the fob onto the keypad, punch in your employee ID, and it allows you to get fuel for the vehicle.
Perfect, thanks.
I found my 42%. It's other repairs and maintenance under the 449 department. I was looking at that and questioning why that had gone down from what the 2025 appropriation was 135,000. It's in the fiscal year 2026, it's down to 95,000. Struck me as a little bit odd that it'd be going down.
Where are you looking?
Oh, sorry. So this is Department 449, DPW maintenance. So I mean, just looking historically, it was 172,000 in 22, 23 was down significantly, 70,000, 93,000 in 24. In 2025, we allocated 135,000. I don't know how we're doing to date, but actually, I guess that would be a question, how we're doing to date and why fiscal year 2026 isn't in line with that.
What line are you looking at? I'm sorry, I just found the page, so.
No, it's okay. You can see me futzing around with papers here too, so. It's 449, Department 449, DPW maintenance. So the very top line there, other repairs and maintenance DPW.
Yep, I have it down.
Okay, great. So again, my question there, Mr. Patterson, is the fiscal year 26 request is 95,000, which is a 42% difference from what the 25 appropriation is. And I was just curious what was driving that. Is that because some of it's getting moved to maintenance?
It got shifted to another line.
Okay.
Am I correct in saying that, Sean?
That is correct.
Yeah. I see it now.
Okay, so that's all in the maintenance contract. That's what's driving that? The maintenance, because the maintenance contract went up by 110,000, while other repairs got dropped by 40,000. So a net increase of about 60,000
That is correct.
That's correct.
or 70,000. Okay. All right.
And that would account for a lot of the vehicles we send out to get repaired versus
So that's
in-house.
so there's a net increase of 70,000, and that's for that. Well, plus some other stuff, right? It looks like there's a total increase of about 104,000. So
Well, that line was usually under budget. I mean, it wasn't budgeted enough.
Okay.
And I think Sean recognized that. And what we're trying to do over the last year is to consolidate some of these lines so we don't have so many lines in the budget. Because nobody wants to see red ink, and we try to tighten things up a little bit. So we picked out the areas that we thought would need more funding versus the ones that didn't. And we kind of tightened things up and moved some money around to where we had shortfalls.
okay. Thank you. And you had mentioned earlier that not only was equipment maintenance being I wouldn't say underutilized, but it was wasn't being given its due attention from a fiscal perspective. And you also mentioned cemeteries, trees, and greens, which is also reflected here in the 20% increase that's seen here. Any new employees in the DPW budget in total?
No, we have not added anybody. Matter of fact, we have some vacancies coming up, well, currently and coming up.
Don, on those vacancies, does the budget reflect the cost of those people coming in over the course of the year?
Well, what you see right now is a full complement in this budget coming up. And we will fill those positions. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So in other words, if the personnel budgets
It's already included. in the
have enough
budget.
money to include the onboarding
Yes.
salaries that are vacant?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that answers it.
What is the, and I don't know if you know the answer to this off the top of your head, but as we're just looking at as we're looking at these budget, what is the cumulative change for the DPW budgets versus this fiscal year 2026 versus the 25 appropriation?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
If we've been talking about individual departments, right? We've been talking about maintenance, administration, et cetera. If I were to add all of them up, what's the total gross difference?
Between FY '25 and going forward in FY '26?
Yep.
If I had to guess, 20% increase across the board?
20%? Does that make sense to you, Sean?
Yeah, he would probably know more than I would. He's,
Well, the top sheet shows going 3.3 last year to 3.7 minus enterprise.
Right, so-
13%.
So it would be an increase of $436,653.25 for the fiscal compared to 25. So it is a 13.23% increase.
Okay, 13%, not 20%, but 13%.
no, I was off.
13%.
I didn't know off the top of my head.
It's okay.
I know it's substantial,
Yeah.
and it's something we needed to recognize, and we did, so I'm happy with that.
I just wanted to look at the enterprise as well.
So the majority of that 13% increase is related to the reallocation of some of those amounts are allocated to the other funds?
No, I think they recognized that we were having shortfalls, and they may have moved money around, but I think they also increased the budget by 13%, which should have been done a while back, but we just weren't able to do it.
Sean, in the cemetery trees and greens budget, that I noticed that there were several lines that went up significantly. Can you talk to us about that?
Primarily because of cost increases for materials.
Okay. All right.
That's something we've been struggling with for a couple of years now, and we've recognized that and made the adjustment. And like I said before, since COVID, everything's gone up, not just vehicle parts, but everything has gone up at least 50 to 65%.
Okay, what about your, some of the salary lines, or the part-time standby pay? There was nothing budgeted in '25, but,
And we recognize that for this year.
okay,
That's taken care of.
okay. So is that it was a short, where did you find that money? Like for this year, because it's got zero in here.
Well, I think what we did was I asked to have a portion of the greenskeeping line item reduced and put in the salaries, because we originally did that back when I was here prior to recently. We had asked to have that done because 90% of the work we do is with our staff, and a lot of it was with overtime,
Okay.
the fields, the cemeteries, and going on. So that was a drastic help for us to get the money moved into the salaries.
All right. Thank you.
So we could just go high level again. So I want to make sure that I'm clear. A 13% difference in DPW's budget between 2025 appropriation and the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. Is that 13%, Sean, for the town side of the budget, meaning the part that's coming out of the general funds, or does that include enterprise as well?
So that is just for the general fund. That does not include any increases or decreases in the enterprise funds.
And if you were to add in the enterprise funds, how would that look if you totaled it all up?
So the enterprise is projected to have a 1.563% increase. I'm sorry, a $1,563,000 increase over the three enterprise funds.
And what is that as a percentage?
Percentage, just give you that. It's roughly a 12% increase.
Okay. So on the whole, between the two,
Yeah.
12, 13%?
Yes.
Okay. And how much of that's covered from the, from ratepayers?
So 100% of the salaries and expenses for each one of the enterprises is covered by the rates. So the rates are adjusted accordingly.
Okay, so the rates go up on the enterprise side in order to cover that 12% difference?
If they do an analysis, and depending on the consumption, whether it be the volume consumption of water or the wastewater collection, or even the volume of solid waste, that's what drives the rates. It's based off those projections.
Got it. Okay.
Fee generated. Generated by fees.
Right,
Pretty
right,
much,
right,
yeah.
right. Okay.
So 13 and 12 is 25 total? I wasn't too far off then.
No.
I feel better.
So okay. And that's the lion's share. That's 16 million.
Yeah, 16 million.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm just thinking for a second there. Paul, you have a question? Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, historically on the solid waste, it's always been a challenge with the collection, pickup, and transportation. And I think recently, the last few years, it's been more costly to transport recycle than it is trash. So I was just saying, how we're looking this year moving forward. I know it's always been a difficult thing, because the transportation keeps going up, we keep going further and further away. But I know that was always, previously with our meetings over the last few years, that was always a struggle to work with the figures you were getting into the budget. Looking for how you're feeling this year, coming up in '26.
You looking at 5% increase?
Sure, I'll take that one. So,
Could you, yeah, in front of a mic, thank you.
There you go.
yeah, so for the solid waste, in the past, we've had to go to special town meeting because we've been underfunded in that. Again, it's cost-driven, as Paul was saying. The big concern there is there's no disposal capacity left in Massachusetts. Most of it's transported out of the state for disposal. So it's.
Didn't know that, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's some waste energy plants. There's like one landfill that's still running in Bourne, but they're really dedicated to ash from the waste energy plants. So there's not a lot of landfill capacity, and so the DEP just keeps permitting more and more transfer stations, including rail transfer stations, to move the material out of state.
So our trash, when I go put it out on the curb, the majority of it, if not all of it, gets hauled out of Massachusetts?
No, because the contract we have with Republic Services, they have a contract with the waste energy plant down in CMAS. And that takes over 1 million tons of trash a year, including Marshfield stuff, because we have that contract with Republic. So that stuff does stay in state,
Then it goes to Bourne as ash.
and then it goes to Bourne as ash.
Okay.
So we have the contract now. We're third year of a 5-year contract. We're looking at the pricing for the next 2 years to see what that is. But again, with no more disposal, the waste companies keep raising their rates, and we're subject to those increases. So we definitely see those increases on an annual basis.
Not all of our trash trucks are automated. I mean, not automated, but not all of them are, I don't know, robotic, whatever the term you want to use is, right? Because you have the recycling bins that are being lifted up by arms on the side of their trucks, but then a lot of the trash trucks, they're manually hauled in, correct?
Yes, because we have the pay-as-you-throw, everybody's entitled to a 35-gallon trash barrel that gets picked up. But then if you have overflow, you need to buy your pay-as-you-throw bags. You can't automate the bag pickup because the arm can't pick up the bags. So they use kind of a front hopper on the thing where they can pick up the barrel into the hopper and then throw bags manually into the hopper. And then the hopper picks it up and dumps it into the truck.
Okay, got it.
And as far as recycling, yeah, recycling, that is true, that we have been paying more for recycling than we have for trash disposal. And again, it's a commodity-driven enterprise. And where they can get rid of that recycled material, the end users are really driving the costs. And it's commodity-based, and you just never know where that's going to be.
Okay.
One more question now. On a tonnage basis annually, are we showing a decrease since, COVID, where everybody was at home and they had a lot of trash, now they're hopefully back into in their workspaces, where that their lunch and whatnot are being thrown away at work. Is there any drop in tonnage since the last few years?
Not really. The most significant drop in tonnage we've seen is because we increased rates on commercial trash that comes into our transfer station. So we have increased the rates. Some of the people have left and gone to other places for disposal, but we've gotten more revenue on the less tons than we had. So it's kind of net zero. But other than that, the residential side is pretty much the same.
How much of our, how many grants do we pull on an annual basis? I shouldn't say how many grants, how many dollars worth of grants do we pull in for DPW-related functions or projects? Any idea? On an annual basis? I mean,
A
is it,
lot of that is project dependent, like what projects we have going on.
it's more to support the capital side of things in terms of replacement or major repairs?
Yeah, for instance, right now, we have the Plymouth Avenue Pump Station that we're doing work on, so we have some money from ARPA that we have for that, as well as some money that we have from the State Revolving Fund, which is really a low-cost loan reimbursement. We have a grant down on the beach where we're doing some beach nourishment right now. So those are like project-specific basis.
Okay. And with the MBTA Communities Act and that whole issue, and the 17 grants that the state's advised us that we don't qualify for, is that impacting DPW's work at all?
We believe it will.
So it hasn't yet, but it will, and how will it impact it? Is it going to impact anything in the operating budget, or is it going to impact?
No,
Does
it's
it
not,
impact-
it's not the operating budget. It's more, well, I guess the roads are always a big concern, but projects are the big concern.
Okay, so it'd be your capital plan?
Yes.
Got it. Which would delay, now, does that, by virtue of the fact that it would delay projects moving forward, would that not create risk that maintenance and repair costs, which are part of your operating expenses, would go up?
Yes.
And does this budget account for any of that?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
As best as we could. Excuse me. Nobody really saw this coming as far as the grants being shut off. So as we formulated the budget for FY '26, nobody anticipated this to happen. But I think we've done a pretty good job of setting the stage that we can be in good shape for the next year coming. We do have other pockets of money that we rely on. For instance, a capital account that I stress upon is road reconstruction or road repairs, because it gives us a little extra funding to get some of these projects done that we couldn't get done. But as far as the big projects like Ken was talking about, seawalls, sewer infrastructure, water, we may lose a lot of that funding going forward.
And if we, again, just going back to that, if we do, and I realize it's an if, going back to my last question, if it's impacting your operating expenses because there's something that needs to be done and it's not being done because we don't have the funding for it presently, is that somewhere, I mean, how are we making sure, I guess my question is, how are we making sure that we don't get caught with any surprises 6-8 months down the road from now in terms of operating expenses having to go up?
So really, the budget is predicated on just the normal, predictable, day-to-day expenses that come with operating a town this size.
No, I understand that, but those normal expenses can go up if you have equipment that's failing, or you have some other part that you had planned on replacing because it's at the end of its useful life, or whatever the case may be, and your operating costs can go up as a result of that. So does this assume that when we put this budget together, did we assume that nothing was going to, or that could have been impacted by the MBTA grants not going forward, that any of that doesn't happen, and therefore whatever risk is inherent with continuing to operate those assets, that doesn't go away?
So to address the concerns about, like, say, equipment failure, that's a capital budget request. That's a situation where we would actually go out and borrow and bond for those capital items. So we don't really depend on the grant to fund capital needs. Now, when it comes to capital projects and there's an opportunity to subrogate some of those expenses with a grant opportunity, those are opportunities that we explore and we look at the town match. Now, as far as the impact of MBTA, it is going to hinder some of the seawalls, some of the other projects that are necessary for the town to function. That would then become now a capital item that we would have to go out and borrow and bond for. So it really is just shifting the burden of those grant opportunities back into a capital financing project.
Okay, so we'd simply borrow the money?
At this point, that's what we're going to have to do.
If we need to, because it doesn't exist from the grants that we might have otherwise been looking forward to?
That is correct. Yeah, the taxpayers are going to end up picking up the difference.
What do we have in free cash right now?
What, 4.6? So currently, we have about 4.6 million left in free cash, but out of that 4.6, there are projects that are earmarked in the upcoming town meeting
That will come out of free cash?
to come out of free cash
That'll bring that balance from 4.6 down to what?
to about 100,000.
Okay, so that'll pretty much deplete the whole balance.
It'll be exhausted, correct?
Are those projects, majority of them DPW projects?
Those projects range anywhere from supplemental funding for one-time purchases for the school department to projects for DPW to, it's a myriad of things. It's a myriad of items that we would not necessarily, we would probably go out to borrow.
Okay.
All one-time expenses.
Yes, one-time expenses.
But you just mentioned schools as part of that. Is the schools budget that we're making up for a one-time expense?
The expenses that are in there are for technology needs, which are one-time expenses. Those are not reoccurring expenses. For example, purchasing Chromebooks for the students or purchasing classroom technology. Those are one-time expenses. That's not a reoccurring budgetary item in their budget.
Isn't that done every year, though? Isn't there a new group of students that get Chromebooks?
I don't think that's how they manage their Chromebooks.
I'll have more questions on that later, but okay. All right, and then just going back to the allocation of overhead, just so that way I can make sure I'm clear. Do all of the town budgets, all of the department budgets, I should say, include an allocation similar to the one that the DPW has?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Paul?
Just going on that, I mean, more on the big picture, both Kent and Han. Obviously, if we had a catastrophic failure in the major utilities, water, wastewater, I know you don't know the wall thickness of really foot of pipe in the town. What's just your gut feel of water, wastewater integrity? You know, until this whole MBTA thing, whatever it takes, it might take a year or 2 years to get. How do you feel in general about our major utilities in town that we could avoid any catastrophic failures?
Yeah, we don't foresee a catastrophic failure. We do maintain all the systems that we have. if something happens, we'll address it when it happens. We do have some contingency funds, reserve line items for emergency basis that are in those enterprise fund accounts.
Okay. So you're pretty confident without grant money that we're gonna do any of these major projects in the next foreseeable future where our systems are pretty intact?
They're in pretty good shape right now, but we could always use the money because the systems are getting old.
Yeah, but, realize, we all are. All right, thank you, no, that's it for me.
Thank you, Paul. Brian? Any
No
questions?
further
Any
questions.
more questions? Sherry?
No questions.
All right, no further questions. Gentlemen and Madam, thank you very much for being here again. We really appreciate it. And like I said at the beginning, really appreciate all the work that, hard work that you guys are doing. And I know budgets are not any fun, but I appreciate you sitting here and reviewing these with us. They do reflect where our priorities are, and I'm glad to see that there has been some funds shifted around in order to reflect where we do need some support there. So I appreciate you working on that.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Of course, thank you. Appreciate it. Before we move on with the rest of the evening and move on to the other budgets, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess. Good? All right, great. We'll take 5. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Jan and Paul, I think we'll give them one more second to wait until we see them back at their screens here.
I'm here, I just can't figure out how to get the video back.
No worries.
Okay, I'm back.
Great, I think we're just waiting on Paul. Give him another second.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, great. Okay, let's dive back in. Mr. Maresco,
Yes, sir.
if you and your team wouldn't be, if you could be so kind as to join us up here at the front, so that way we can walk through each of these. So what I'd like to do here is to go through each one of these departments line by line, meaning personnel costs, non-personnel costs. We can make our advisory board recommendation, vote on that, and then move on to the next. I've asked Mr. Maresco and his team to be here because I realize we might have some additional questions that we don't have gotten the answers to yet. But before we ask any questions of him and his team, I'd like to ask the respective advisory board member who is assigned this particular department to please give a very high level, but at the same time, a little bit specific recall of your findings as you met with the departments. As we go through departments, to again speak to it, anything that we need to know, anything that would be important to understand as far as not just variances are concerned, but anything related to operations, risks, opportunities that would be important to know in regards to the FY26 budget. So we'll go ahead and start with that on the first one, which I believe is the moderator. All $300 of it.
All right, so this is my one, so we'll save some time with this one. At $300 forever, I recommend for approval, $300 personnel, for the moderator.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Very good. Sure you don't want to discuss it?
Go, any questions?
All right, next we'll move on to Department 122, the Select Board. So we have personnel expenses and non-personnel related expenses. Under personnel expenses, it's an increase between the 2026 requests and the fiscal year 25 appropriation of nearly 20%, so 19.7%, which is $113,000. Most of that is reflected, or part of that's reflected in salaries, full-time salaries for selectmen, and then salaries part-time unclassified. Can we get an overview of what's driving those, that part-time and that full-time salary cost increase?
Sure. So the full-time salaries includes the position of a procurement officer for the town. So that's why you're seeing an increase in the full-time selectmen's line item. And
Is that, I'm sorry, Sean, is that new? Is that a new role?
It is a new position that was created to manage the procurement for the town.
Can you give us a little bit of an overview, just because I was unfamiliar with that? I know what a a procurement officer does, but we haven't had one to date. Why did we feel that this was the time that we needed to add that to our staff?
Mr. Chairman, so we used to have a revenue manager that worked in the treasurer's office. The treasurer felt as though that position wasn't needed. He was doing the bulk of that work. So when that person left, we didn't fill that position. We do a lot of contracts. There's a lot of pressure on our department heads to, go out to bid and stuff like that. We wanted to have a professional person. We're a big business, $130 million a year business. You really need to have someone that will be able to work directly with the department heads. So the revenue manager position was phased out. A small portion of that money went to Sean, treasurer. He picked up, he continues to record revenue and do the checking. And the rest of that salary went into funding a procurement person. It doesn't fund it all, but the bulk of that salary, about $51,000 went to fund that position. We're in the process now of hiring that person. We have an ad out circulating.
Okay, so to restate and recap, we had a position filled for the role of revenue manager, which was focused on collections, I'm assuming.
So the revenue manager was really focused on the reconciliation of all the cash. So that's all the transactions of the deposits being made, as well as the outflow of cash, all of the disbursements, and the
So-
reconciliations associated with that.
Okay, thank you. So that position was eliminated.
Correct.
And how much funding did that free up once that position was eliminated in total?
That freed up approximately $86,000.
$86,000. And so we shifted our strategy and said, all right, let's not go rehire that position. Let's go and hire a procurement person to do this. And what is the total cost of that procurement person?
The total cost is hovering, well, depending on the talent that we attract and what we're able to offer, it could be anywhere from a range of $85,000 to $91,000.
Okay, so it's within that range
It's
of
within that
the position that we just eliminated. Okay. So if I understand correctly, just to make sure that I'm crystal clear, it's for the most part, maybe $2,000-3,000 difference, but somewhere else in this budget, you know where my next question is going to be, is where we'll see a reduction of 86,000, while here we're seeing an increase of that amount.
You're going to see a reduction actually in my department.
In your
That's-
department, okay.
That's where you're going to see the reduction.
Okay, so when we get to your department, we'll see that reduction showing up, and in this department, in the select board
see the
department, we
increase.
see the
You
increase.
see the
correct.
increase. And the part-time salaries, the unclassified position is actually the CPC individual who manages the CPC funds for the town.
CPC?
That,
community preservation.
Community preservation,
Okay, got it.
That's not a separate department?
no.
It's not a select board? Is it how most towns handle it, or is it typically separate?
It's typically an unclassified position, but it's managed by the select board or the town administration.
And that's a new position?
It's not a new position.
It's not a new position.
Where was that previously included in the budget?
That was being coded to a fund, and I don't know why it was being coded to a separate fund, but it actually belongs into the general fund.
Okay, so it was previously treated as separate, now it's just correct. So this is where it should fall?
This is where it should fall.
And I'm sorry, I got lost there for a second. Where was it before? I'm still not, you said the
It
general
was baked
fund?
into, it was baked into a fund where it didn't belong. So we were charging part-time salaries to a fund line that should have been in a salary line associated with the select board.
So it was in a non-labor related expense line?
Correct.
Somewhere else in some other person's budget?
It was in another fund's budget, yes.
Another fund's budget? What does that mean, another department's budget?
It was in a community preservation fund that it didn't belong. So we had to move that expense from that CPC fund to the select board budget.
So if I go elsewhere in this budget to the,
It's not part of that CPC fund is not part of the general fund budget.
where is it then?
That is a separate fund. It's not, we don't budget the different funds. So CPC is not it's not going to appear in the general fund budget.
How is the CPC paying for it before?
It's a separate article at the annual town meeting, so you'll have, there's an article standalone where they have their reserves, the 10%, 10%, 10%, and then there's a line for admin expenses.
So at town meeting, we approve this, the town approves the CPC funding, and this was happening year after year after year, was approving the CPC funding as a separate, like, item aside from the town budget?
Correct, it's a separate article.
Okay, and so now we're saying, well, let's pull that out of there, so we won't be approving that as part of town meeting anymore. Now it gets put into the budget,
There'll still be CPC article,
but it'll be
Without the salary?
yeah.
several tens of thousands of dollars less than what it was before.
Well, it's only the part-time employee.
So do the CPC funds cover that salary, or how does that work? Or is it just part of the general fund based on,
Okay.
you know, the revenue that's brought in from the CPC?
So it will be part of the general fund budget as far as the funding of that part-time position going forward. That's a correction that need to be made.
Just it might be easier for folks to understand, CPC is funded outside of the budgetary process. If anyone that gets their tax bill, it's 3% of the value of your house. That's what drives it. We're a 3% community. That money that gets collected, that goes into the CPC fund. And then from that, they extrapolate under that law. You have the 10% for open space, 10% for affordable housing, 10% for historic preservation. So they take 10, 10, and 10, and then the rest of that money is there. That's the funds that they give out. After the 10% set-asides, folks, you'll see, and you'll come before the board, you'll see in the warrant, they'll have different projects. They might be historic preservation to fix a barn, might be to fix a Daniel Webster house, or the Winslow house, or,
Set Ventris.
a myriad, Set Ventris building, right? That was a big one. They rehabbed that 10, 12, 15 years ago, yeah.
So the money comes from us, we're paying our tax bill, there's a
Surcharge,
surcharge,
3%.
line item 3%, and when that money's collected by the town, it goes and sits in a separate CPC account.
Correct.
Correct.
And that's what was being used to pay for this position before, or, no, this position was coming from, how is this position being paid for
It was
previously?
being paid for through the CPC funds.
Okay. So now that's, how many, 40,000?
48,000.
48,000.
46,000.
So now that's not coming out of those CPC funds anymore,
It's coming out of the general fund.
it's coming out of the general fund. And so the CPC funds now, they got $48,000 more available to them to spend on something?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that like a choice, or is that like a state law how it's supposed to be done? Like, could the town do either, or do they?
So for the admin line,
Yeah.
they cap at 5%. So that, that admin 5% is supposed to cover any sort of memberships they have, if they have meetings, professional education, anything like that, or supplies, anything
Yeah.
that's not within the 10%, it's all smushed into that 5%. So like there's a cap on how much can be appropriated.
Okay.
And you wouldn't want it. you
So
wouldn't
that
want to-
47,000 was probably way over the 5%.
I'm not sure if it was over.
Yeah, it was at a point where it was inching to a
Very
point where
close.
we were above that cap.
Because what's driving that, so the biggest part of that money, so when we first joined as a community, state was matching dollar for dollar. So whatever we brought in at the 3%, you got the 3%. And some years, you even got a bonus because the legislature had appropriated money. Now, over the years, more and more people get into it. There are 3% communities, there are 2% communities, there might be 1%, I forget. It sort of runs the gambit. Marshfield has a couple of times voted to retain the 3%. The state matches very little now. I'm going to take a stab, maybe Sean knows better. I think about a third, that's it. So,
So the state matches a third of what we collect,
what we collect. Well, less.
third or
Do you know
less.
offhand how much percent?
300, it's gonna be 380.
That's it? 380,000 for this year's the state match.
That's the state match? That's for FY '25?
That's actually projected for 26.
Pardon me? I'm sorry.
Right now, it's projected for 26, but they're just, right now, all they're projecting is the round one funds. So 380 is what's expected for round one next year. But you're promised at round one, but you're not promised any rounds after that.
Round one, okay. So there's, how many rounds are there?
Usually about 2.
Why's the legal services cost gone up so drastically?
It's a good question. Considering the litigation that the town is engaged with just solely surrounding Holtec, that's what's driving a lot of the legal costs. And
Oh, I'm sorry, who?
Holtec's a big case. So Holtec are the folks that own and are decommissioning the nuclear power plant.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that.
So,
Yep.
we're involved in litigation with them, against them, actually, and, it's gonna be a big court case. Town council's handling that. We've had to depose a number of people. So that's one of the cases that driving. We have a number of cases that are out there, labor costs. We've had a number of labor issues. So you have both town council and you have labor council. We also have special counsel for different cases that can't be handled by either labor council or town council, funded out of that line item also.
Town council, is that funded on is that a retainer fee or is that a dollars per hour?
Both labor, all of them are by hour.
No, I understand they're all by hour, but is there like a certain number of hours that Mr. Galvin gives us?
No.
No. So it's
Because
just
we
whatever we ask
contradict.
him to do.
Oh, yeah, we can't, but you gotta have a lawyer represent you, so it's not capped at like, okay, you're capped at 20 hours a week. It's whatever comes in, whatever he has to review. We've been inundated with public record requests. Last year, I think I had a 285 public record requests, something like that.
Does that really move the needle from a cost perspective?
Well, all that stuff has to be reviewed, every document, so some of these are 30, 40,000 documents that have to be reviewed. And then the lawyers, whether it's labor or town council, make a determination if that's attorney-client privilege. Then you have to create an attorney-client privilege log of why each one of those, what check off that affects.
It's a pretty big increase. And out of the 175,000 in the 26th request, which again is about 110,000 larger than the fiscal year 25 appropriation, how much of that is going to third-party counsel or outside counsel, I should say, for the case that we're working on, and other cases, and kind of
That would be
From
like
a-
KP law. Do you have it indexed like that? Yeah. See what you have for KP.
Yeah. And while you're looking that up, I'm assuming that would it be correct to assume that the MBTA zoning issue would be part of that?
That will be part of that also.
Okay.
Retainer, are these on retainer, or are they?
No, it's hourly. They bill hourly.
Town is
Yep.
built, okay, so there's nothing.
Yeah,
They have flat
No
rates
initial
for,
retainer.
they have flat rates for phone calls, and then it's their hourly wage.
Yeah, and they don't work on contingency, so it's not contingent upon successful settlement. They retain a percentage, it's strictly all
Oh,
hourly.
okay, strictly, okay, thank you.
So when somebody calls town council or he shows up in a meeting, we're just getting a bill for whatever the hourly rate was for that. No, sorry, you're looking up to see what percentage?
KP, yeah. KP Law is the other, that does other cases that Bob or either our town council or labor council doesn't do.
It's also Clifford and County.
Clifford and Kenny's part of that.
That's the
labor
special
authority.
counsel, KP law?
KP, yeah.
The outside counsel for that
I do have
case,
this
yeah.
for KP. It's a small amount. I mean, I'm trying to think.
I'm just, again,
Probably like, yeah, I would say for them, maybe 30 grand a year.
How much?
30?
so the cost went up by 110,000, so 30,000 of it's for this KP law, which means that there's another 80,000 that's going where?
Billable hours.
Well, that's also,
Cases, yeah.
that's also paying for depositions, that's paying
Yeah.
for travel to depositions, that's paying for the stenographer service, the recording service, that's paying for expert testimony. Those are some of the expenses that are being driven by this whole tech case.
Well, so I understand that, but what I'm asking for, sir, is a little bit more specifics as far as, you don't have to give me a line item by line item, but $110,000 on additional on legal expenses is not an unsubstantial amount of money, so I'm just trying to understand kind of how that breaks out, because it sounded originally like, from the explanation, that maybe KP Law was the majority of that 110,000, but it's not.
No.
It's 30,000.
Very small. It's based on the workload, depending on, right now, the whole tech case this past year was driving a lot of that. There were a lot of depositions, there were travel, we had, expert nuclear scientists being flown in, things like that, so those all add to the cost. It depends on some of the cases. I don't want to really start discussing those cases, but that's how it's driven. In every case, there's depositions when you're going to call people to a trial, things like that. Bob reviews, town council has to review all the contracts. Every contract that the town does, he has to sign off on, so.
Well, again, I get all of that, but a
And labor.
lot of that sounds like business as usual, so I'm just curious what's causing.
Well, it's not. I mean, we've explained that it's, whole tech is a major case.
Well, right, but,
That's driving a major portion of that. Coupled, also, you had the contracts that were done, labor contracts this year. So there's additional labor cost. We also, we're a business, so we have a number of investigations with employees. People make accusations. We have to bring in people to do investigations. Those are brought in. If it's labor, it's brought in through labor council. Bylaw employee, it's brought in through town council.
but all those things that you're rattling off right now, are those above and beyond what the normal course of business is?
That is correct.
So we normally don't have complaints?
Well, some years we have less than others.
So the way I looked at it, is it more fair to look at the fiscal '24 actual of 156,000 compared to the 175 and not necessarily the amount that was appropriated in the previous year? Assuming that there's just going to be more legal activity in
That's actually,
26 than was in this year?
that's actually correct. That's why I was trying to explain what's making up this number. So, and the actual for fiscal year 2024 was 156,816.21. knowing that we're probably going to have the same caseload or the same issues that are going to arise in 2025. We knew that we under budgeted 2025, so 2026 we had to be more realistic about what the legal costs to the town are. So that's why it was adjusted to 175.
So 25, we're going to end up spending well over what
We're-
the
yeah.
allocated amount is right now.
When there's big cases, it's very hard to figure out at the onset of the case, what are the costs gonna be? How many expert witnesses do we need to bring in? How many people do we need to depose? And you don't know that until you get in, you go through discovery, and you begin to start to do that process.
And that whole tech case probably requires more environmental type
That is correct,
specialists.
yep. Nuclear scientists.
And just keep in mind too that the FY25 budget was predicated on the actuals of 2023 and the prior years, so we didn't have those sort of inflated legal expenses. Now we do, so that is why you're seeing FY25 at 65,000, because the FY23 actual was around 65,000, 66,000. So it wasn't an unrealistic number then, it was a guess at that point.
Yeah.
But realizing that FY 2024 was excessively much higher, we needed to adjust to anticipate any sort of bump in legal services.
Any other questions on the select board?
Just curious about the postage, because that goes up, is that, I see that FY '24 actual is around 86,000, so budgeted this year 62, that seemed to be, does it look like that's gonna be about right, or,
I think it's going to be about right.
okay, so 90,000 for '26? Because, I mean, is there,
So again, 25 was based off of what the actuals in 23 were. We need to make that correction because in 24, the actual was 88,000. So we did make a correction to up it to 90,000 to recognize an increase in the US postal rate, but at the same time, we're also mailing out less items. So most communication, or we're trying to get most communication to go out either electronically, or in some cases, we're paying vendors by EFT. That's really the biggest portion of it is tax bills.
okay.
One of the things, Mr. Chairman, that's driving that also is the COA newsletter. We put out a hefty newsletter with pages, so it is by weight, so it is driven by postage.
Newsletter for where?
Senior Center, Council on Aging.
Okay.
When you see it, like all the
And
stores and
that
everything.
postage is paid for?
Through the selectmen's budget, yep. We also pay the postage in the meter room downstairs.
So like when we mail out AP, ink cartridges that are used, that also goes to that one. And restoring the postage, and we mail out quite a few checks.
The ink cartridges, is that what you're saying, that it used?
It's the ink cartridges and also restoring the postage level, so like I have a machine in my office, and when we mail out checks, so as that, like that balance.
Oh, right.
Dips, you have to restore it.
Okay. I couldn't hear you, that was.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, excuse me, May, could you slide that mic a little closer to you when you're talking?
Sure, sorry.
We have extra ones here, I don't know if that, we can move them around.
Do you have an extra mic?
Just wondering.
Oh, we got one right here.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
There's nobody sitting here, so.
Let's do a file if you need a paper copy.
Thank you.
That way I don't have to keep asking you to repeat.
Any other questions on the select board budget? All right, personnel expenses, 113,644, I'm sorry, my bad. Move to, on 578,187 for approval. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Non-personnel related expenses of $601,314. Move that. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, next we'll go to, looks like facilities. Oh, it's not what pops up next here. Why isn't facilities on this list here? It's number 135.
Oh, it's in the back. Oh. there's no one-
123.
Yeah, but why doesn't it appear on this budget worksheet? Am I not seeing it?
Yeah, it's not.
It is not. It is
Yes, you know what it
Department
is?
1.
It's under.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, no, that's insurance, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if we assigned it because it wasn't on that main.
Yeah, correct.
I think Paul may have done that. Paul, did you do facilities?
Yes,
Yes, Paul
there you
did
go.
it.
just trying to catch up to you.
I think you had it on another list, I don't know.
Where did it? 130.
How does it
120.
foot on the front page?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing on the,
Did you cover this one,
Yes, he did.
Paul?
yeah, I want
Because
to
it
make
wasn't-
sure I have the right page.
Yeah, it wasn't on our summary sheet here, so.
I have the page. Do you know what page that is? It's on the budget deck.
It-
Are you talking
You mean-
about
are
the
you
summary
talking about-
page, or are you talking about the facilities line item?
Paul, it's like page number.
15.
I don't think they're numbered.
It's,
So facilities is on on that budget worksheet. You have to scroll down to page 2. And right what you see in bold, insurance benefits total, underneath you're going to see reserve fund facilities, snow removal, audit.
Ah,
OPEB.
got it,
That's part
got
of
it.
the fixed
Okay.
cost. That's why it's not
Gotcha.
appearing in that department section.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. All right, so facilities, Paul, can you give us an overview?
Yes. Well, on the personnel, I'm fine with that as is. Move to vote on personnel, request of, if I have the same sheet, $280,901.
That's correct. That's what we have.
Have a second on that?
Second. So all in favor, 28901?
Aye.
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 Okay.
On building maintenance?
On the maintenance, the building maintenance is split out pretty much by building for pretty much their routine maintenance. If I've got this right. Each facility has its own maintenance budget for predominantly planned routine maintenance. Any extraordinary maintenance, breakdown maintenance comes out of the annual $500,000 that is voted on at the annual warrant for maintenance for this town of $500,000, of which $250 goes to operating the town and the other $250 goes to school. I have that right, Michael?
Yes, just it's at the fall town meeting that it's appropriated. But great job.
Okay.
So on the building maintenance, now, the only point I wanted to make on building maintenance, the same with DPW is that, I guess my only concerns is all this paper-generated maintenance planning. As far as the budget goes, I'm good, and it's just an area that we'll continue to discuss with the department heads of how we're gonna move to a more computerized maintenance system. That being said, I'll go ahead and vote $127,857 for building maintenance.
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I didn't have any questions on Other expenses, $9,333.
Second?
All right, all those say aye?
I,
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on to facilities. No, I'm sorry, facility. We just did facilities. Accounting.
So I went over the accounting budget with Meg today. So basically, the request for fiscal '26 is $321,801. So that includes 3 full-time FTEs. Meg started in a couple of years, or
Less than a year ago, so it
Less
was
than a
April
year.
of last year.
so the fiscal '26 is the full budget, and basically the amount we can expect going forward for the fully staffed department there. The difference in cost is related to some of the time, so some of the cost was included there. So the increase is about 26%. The other employees are both union employees, so those are kind of standard rate increases, part of that agreement. So that's the 72,000 increase there.
So that difference is filling positions that were open for a while? Or was there a new position
So
added?
there was, obviously Meg can answer so much better than I can, but there was some, turnover, and then part-time, outside consultants used to fill the gap.
Okay.
So at this point, it's kind of is what it is going forward.
so there was 2 employees? That difference is about, is for 2?
But there was funding in there for a town accountant, but the position wasn't filled, so it was, once I came in, that number changed, but it is now for 3 people. But there was funding in there before.
There was a town accountant prior to you?
There was,
And
yes.
so where was that, what, you just mentioned that it wasn't?
It was in the full-time salaries. It's just now changed since I've come on board, and there are 2 full-time people.
So there's an assistant town accountant and, what is Michelle's title?
Accounting clerk?
An accounting clerk.
Town assistant and accounting clerk. So hasn't there always been?
There always has been, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then it's just increases for all 3, pretty much? I'm sorry, I'm not following this, I apologize.
Yeah, no, I'm-
There's been a complete change in the accounting office, so all positions have turned. So it started with securing talent for the town accountant, which was Meg, and then we had an acting interim, the assistant who was the interim town accountant. She had retired, so we had to attract talent and recruit. So that is another position, full-time position that was filled, as well as now we've just, as of this week, have a full-time accounting clerk who was a temp that we've converted over into full-time town employment.
Okay.
So how many accounts do we have now?
3.
We have 3.
3.
So the entire department of the staff of 3 have completely all changed over.
But it goes back to Sherry's question. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm still a little lost here too. If the money was already there, it was already allocated or being used one way or the other,
The positions were underfunded.
they were underfunded.
They were underfunded, so
Okay,
we
so-
made those corrections in this budget.
So when you say underfunded, meaning we were originally paying less
Yes.
than what we needed to pay in order to be able to get new talent into
Correct.
the town? Okay.
Are those positions not unionized?
They're union.
They're unionized, okay, so they go by step and grade.
But when you do have some ability to recruit people, you might be able to offer a higher step.
That's a big increase. I mean, $73,000 and that we were underfunded by? I mean, that's like a whole person.
It's based on what the market bears when we went out to look for a new town accountant and subsequent new additional staff. To get quality people, you have to pay a little more.
Okay. And all those positions are filled now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Brian?
So, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
So is some of that, so they're filled in FY '25, so this figure for FY '25, 250, as opposed to the 321, is that number gonna change? I mean, how is that gonna look at the end of the year if they're filled at this point in time?
It's gonna be short.
It's gonna be short.
Mhm.
This will be short, okay. And where do you take that from?
We have the ability starting in May to do year-end transfers. So we'll be looking around that time period, we'll be looking, and I've already started that process now, projecting out where the deficits are going to be, and then identifying the areas where we're gonna have funding that can cover those shortfalls.
Thank you.
How short are we going to be?
And those numbers can change. We also did a 10% holdback of budgets, so every budget this year was 10% holdback just in case of overages, so that's gonna be a major source of the funding.
Every department, right?
Every department.
Every department received a notification that they had to cut their expenses by 10%.
Yes.
And that was this past fall? Is that right?
It was in the
Yes.
fall.
That's non-labor expenses? Non-personnel related?
Correct.
Okay.
Non-personnel, but now can be used for personnel.
In the last, under municipal finance, you can, to zero out deficits, you can mix money from personnel to expense.
Okay.
You comfortable?
Yeah, on the expense side, I didn't have any questions. I mean, it's a slight decrease there.
Okay. All right.
So,
Do you want to
any
move on
questions
both?
there? Yeah.
Personnel and non-personnel. So moving on personnel for 321,801, $321,801. Personnel, I'll say aye.
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 Expenses, 4,860. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Moving on to assessing. Who had assessing?
I had assessing as well. So I went over with Anne Marie today on the budget. So the request for the next fiscal year is $302,188, an increase of about $58,000 or close to 19%. And expenses, an increase of 10% from $95,700 to $106,551 in the current year. So the main driving increase on the salaries is an additional FTE for an unfilled position. I have a question to Mike on this. From the communication I got that although the 61,000 is in there aren't current plans to fill that position. So I was wondering if that is still the case or if someone is actually looking to be filled in that spot for the additional.
We carry a number of positions that we don't have filled at the moment.
So I guess why is that included in the budget for?
In the event that we have to fill that position.
What do you mean in the event that we have?
Well, we'd like to fill all our positions, but right now, money's tight. So we have to manage. So right now, unless it's a necessity, we're not gonna fill all positions
So why would it even be in the budget?
in case we need to fill it. The financial position may change, staff may leave, we have to bring somebody in.
If staff leaves though, then that will be funded, right? Replacement.
So I want to make sure I understand this. So this is a position that currently has not been filled?
That's correct.
Okay. And how much is that position worth? Is that the $61,000 difference there between fiscal year 26 and 25, or it's probably a smaller number, right?
It's a smaller number because this also takes into account the contractual increases for
Right.
the bargaining unit.
So what is that number then?
That number is about 54,000 for that one position.
54,000? Okay.
So at the end, you just mentioned it a minute ago when we were talking about so if this money is sitting here at the end of the year, what happens to that?
And now, the money that's left at the end of the year, after they close out any accounts that are in the red, then that money falls to free cash.
So that can pay for other accounts that
Other
have
account-
shortfalls?
Shortfalls, yep.
Okay.
So it's like built-in insurance.
I think the issue, it is, but the issue that I have too is that we got other departments that aren't fully,
That can use help.
yeah, that they could use funding, right? And
They could use
including
funding.
schools. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I would suggest that we move on the 302-188 less the 54,000.
Right, because the school has positions that they're not going to hire for, right? Because
They-
it
they've-
doesn't fit.
Yeah, they have positions that they're looking to potentially having to eliminate.
Yeah,
The only problem with the schools is they have 1,135 less kids and their budget's up 20 million.
Well, there are other departments as well that have needs for staffing that are, that are really struggling, just from the experience that I've had over the last couple of weeks. That could use some extra help, legitimately, and
And which departments are those?
several of them. I have them here, Mike, and
Okay.
I will, yep, I can,
And I apologize, it's actually 44,626, it's not 54,000.
I'm sorry, 44,000?
44,626.
Okay. So 302-188 minus 44,626 is 257,562. Any more discussion from the board on this one?
no, thank you.
So I would move on a advisory board recommendation for personnel expenses for Department 141 of $257,562. Have a second?
Yeah, I just have one question. Is
Yeah.
there a likelihood that that position would have to be filled for, I'm thinking about the assessor, it's
Mhm.
big. And in the event that, there's been 3 people in that department, right, for as long as I can remember. So is there a likelihood that something will change that could justify another position, like that position being filled? I'm just thinking ahead. Do you see that happening? It's been 3 people for a long time.
It's been 3 people for the last year and a half. She would like to fill that position. I just, it's a wait and see.
Trying not to.
Well, that's my point, right? If we froze in the position, it's not that as if we can't put it back into a budget later on, but to
Okay.
just simply hold it and, I don't know, that feels,
I just had to ask.
yeah, no,
I
it's a
just
good,
had
it's
to-
a fair
I just
question.
wasn't sure
Any
if,
question's a
like,
fair
I don't
question.
think we had
Sure.
asked whether or not
Yeah.
the likelihood of that position being filled.
Yeah, what I'm not in favor of doing, this is me speaking, what I'm not in favor of doing is having funding out there that we just hold for the sake of holding, even though we don't intend to move forward with it because we're scared we'll lose it at a future time. If we need it at a future time, then we make the argument that we need it and we put it in. And if we don't need it, then it comes out. That's
I agree with that.
that's how I budget things.
So this 302 goes down to what number then?
So the 302, instead of 302, be 257,562. So that's a reduction of $44,626. So again, I move to move on personnel expenses for Department 141 of 257,562. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, expenses.
Expense line is 106,551. There's some additional dues and memberships just from miscellaneous expenses. Nothing significant. There's professional services used for some of the outside as they rotate and update the systems. So those are all kind of standard, just increased costs there. There's a small increase to supplies. I think supplies just weren't previously included. That's $1,200. It's a overall increase of about 10%, including those factors. So some of the costs I think there's some IT costs that were also added, but I believe those were picked up in the IT department from some of the software. So there were some bigger expenses that kind of hit a different department as far as the increase. So I don't know if there's any further questions or.
Any other questions for Brian on?
That's all pretty standard.
Anybody want to move on expenses?
Move to approve the expense of $161,551 for assessing.
I thought you said 161, you mean 106,000?
Oh, 106, sorry, 551.
Okay. Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Great. Okay. That's assessing treasurer collector, Department 145. Who has that one?
That was me as well.
Okay.
So, let's see the numbers here. Okay, so the request is for 517,335. Previous appropriation was 552,713, a decrease of 35,000. As Sean noted, this is, the department where that offset was for that position for the revenue collector. That was no longer picked up in this department, so the FTEs are going to decrease. And I think you said that was in 2024 October, around then. That's when that vacancy arose and it wasn't refilled. So started with 6 FTEs, and this is currently budgeted for 5. Correct?
5.
5. So of that FTE portion of the decrease is about 36,000, correct? Of the salary piece of for that FTE, it's like 35,000 or so.
58. Yeah, it's probably in the neighborhood of around 40,000. That,
So-
and then it's the net effect of the increase, the CBA.
Offset by
yeah, the
increases in.
decrease in that position, yes.
Okay.
So, any questions on that one, or you want to move to approve?
I don't have any questions.
Move to approve the request for 517,335 for personnel and treasury collector.
I'll
Second.
So on the expense side of things.
Oh, we need to vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, on the expense side of things, the request is for $259,090. Previously appropriated was $324,050, so a decrease of about $65,000, or 25%. So the decrease, in talking to Sean, a lot of that relates to previously estimated audit, payroll, AP, other kind of clerical services that were higher in the budget than the actual. So this decrease is more in line with what actually is expected to be paid with those services. Some of the fixed costs are also included for that's picked up in this department for the schools. So some of those kind of overall services for payroll, AP, those kind of processing fees are also included in this department budget.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, so any other questions? So move to approve the budget amount of $259,090 for the treasurer collector department. Have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, moving on to legal and court judgments.
Okay, this is my department as well. So the request is for $200,258. Previously appropriated was $125,000. In talking to Meg and Mike, so previously the $125,000 is another estimate. I guess I do have a question in thinking about it now as far as the difference between allocating this department as opposed to the legal expenses in the select board, what's a differentiator between those two classifications?
Town council is Galvin.
Yep.
Legal services is, that's actually tends to be more Clifford and Kenny.
That's 100% Galvin,
Yes,
the 145,000?
yes.
And that's he has an office that supports us as well, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by an office? He has his own, he's town council for the town.
I'm just trying to understand how much, are we paying a firm or are we paying Mr. Galvin?
Is Galvin.
He is the firm.
Galvin and Galvin is the firm.
Okay, so Mr. Galvin is, from this budget, $145,000. And none of the select board budget for legal services goes to town council?
I mean, in terms of like, there's a differentiation between the legal expense inside the
Well,
select board
okay.
budget.
So if I go back to, I think this is the question Brian's asking. Brian, you can tell me to stop talking if I'm not making sense here, but selectmen, legal services, 175,000. Legal department expenses, 200,000. So that's 400, almost 400, so $375,258 to be precise. In total legal services that are being provided. So out of, let's call it 400,000, we got roughly 150,000 to town council, which leaves us with the balance going where? 30,000 to the folks that are fighting on our behalf on the nuke site,
KP Law.
KP Law.
KP Law isn't involved with hotel.
So there's 195,000 that's going where? Is it all going to depositions and paying for nuclear scientists that are being flown across the world? Where is it going?
In the select board budget?
In the 2026 budget, we have a total of almost $400,000 worth of legal expenses. I'm just trying to figure out what they're being used for. That's a lot of money.
So I think we already addressed the legal services within the select board budget, right? So that was the whole tech case, Copeland and Page,
So that's all cases.
Clifford and Kenny.
and Clifford, well, no, Clifford and Kenny is actually in the legal services line.
Oh, Meg, I can't.
So we're talking about legal services.
Meg, could you, I'm sorry, you might have to.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Put the microphone.
So, yeah,
Thank
so
you.
the legal services in the select board budget, it's the whole tech case, it's Copeland and Page, and it's Clifford and Kenny. Then jump over to
Clifford and who?
Clifford and Kenny.
Okay.
And then jump over to the legal department. Town council is Galvin and Galvin. And then legal services is, let's see. I mean, we've had different expenses that are in there, and those ones are not always recurring. So that also has some deposition stuff though in that too. There was an appraisal that was done for property, so those kinds of expenses would go through there. There's a Floyd Advisory. Do you know what that is?
It's clear on my side. I wasn't sure if there were any of Galvin's expenses or a part of that first
No.
area that was I
Yeah.
misunderstood that. I thought that was said.
Town council is exclusively for Galvin, and it doesn't appear in the other two accounts.
Okay, so all of his expenses are in this line item.
Yes.
Just the reason why I'm confused is because when we were talking about the select board legal expenses, it was specifically cited that we were paying for town council, we were paying for Freedom of Information Act requests, we're paying for dealing with labor issues and complaints and all that kind of stuff.
I think that that's a little bit different from like the town council services that Galvin does. So like the Freedom of Information request, that's a different service that falls into the select board budget. So it's not like his ongoing regular services.
So is there expenses from Galvin and Galvin, it's called?
Yes.
Is there expenses for Galvin and Galvin in the select board budget?
just for that expense,
For what's that?
the Freedom of Information requests.
Okay, and is that like 20,000? Is that like 70,000?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably, it's about 20,000, 22,000.
For Galvin and Galvin?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost $200,000 for Galvin and Galvin.
Exclusive of that.
From our, okay, so going back to my original question, out of $400,000 that we spend in legal expenses in total over the course of the year, about half of that's going to our town council for all of the services that he's providing.
If we're looking at the legal budget, because there's 200 over in the legal budget, 200 over select board, town council is 445,000. Town council is for 145,000. So that town council line, 145,000, that's for Galvin and Galvin.
So it's 167,000 or so, 22,000 from the Freedom Information.
Correct.
That's the select
Yes.
board, 145 here, so.
That's correct.
About 167 of whatever total there is.
Okay, so 167.
And that budget amount is pretty close to what the actual is, at least on this side of it. So it's basically the same what we paid in 24. 25 was probably budgeted a little low. I would imagine 25 is going to be higher, so same thing. Right?
Correct.
Because it's based on just an estimate average of what you think will happen. Correct?
Based on, yeah, it's hard to.
Based on what's-
It's hard to decide
Right.
who's gonna sue you, what legal costs come up, what cases, ZBA may be looking at some land, planning may be looking at some land. We've had, a number of cases. We had the big dig, which had to be investigated, so that was another driving cost.
Mike, I'm sorry, that's all part of the legal services on this line. It's not the
No,
other.
no, town council.
Town council,
Town council, okay.
151.
Is it correct that he represents additional towns?
Yes,
Do you know how many?
I don't offhand know. So doesn't Labor Council.
I guess,
So doesn't KP Law.
Just wondering how much of his time we get, if it's possible to estimate.
How many billable hours?
No, relative to, well,
It's total time.
that's one way to say it. Billable hours.
They're on call 24/7, anytime I call them, Bob lives in town. His father at one time was town council. So, they were available all the time.
yeah, and look, this has nothing to do with Mr. Galvin. I'm just simply questioning the fact that we spent almost $400,000 in this appropriation request on total legal services. And in years past, we were spending under $100,000. In 2024, the actual cost surged to be somewhat close to what is in this proposal. That's a lot.
Well, we had told you, we had the Holtec case, we had renegotiation of the contracts, and a number of other legal cases that are out there.
Is the CBA for the fire department in here?
Yes,
Even though it hasn't got
numerous
done,
meetings.
even though it hasn't got done, we're still paying for the legal expenses.
Oh,
for
every
it.
time you meet, yeah, people don't work for free.
I guess that's the part that I struggle with is that we're paying a lot of money for legal expenses and things aren't done. It's a tough pill to swallow.
When you say things aren't done, I'd like a little more clarification.
Well, I mean, like the
Reference to fire contracts, so I'm a little curious where you're going with that.
No, I'm just trying to understand, like, if we're spending, again, a substantial amount of money on these services, and where is it, or these things being finished, these cases and whatnot. I get that there's a process that they have to go through.
That is correct.
Again, it's a pretty substantial amount of money. It's not a small amount, especially with a significant amount going to one specific firm. And we have
So town council represent, he is the lawyer of the town.
no, I understand that. And we have a contract with his firm.
We have a contract with Bob, yes.
Okay.
And then we have Clifford and Kenny, they handle all labor issues.
They handle all what, Mike?
Pardon
They
me?
handle all what?
Labor,
Labor, okay. Clifford and Kenny,
yes,
John Clifford.
that is correct.
Do any towns our size have internal counsel that works only for the town?
No,
And even if one were to do so, I would imagine it'd probably be in the same ballpark, like,
Correct.
probably
I
even
would-
more money, yeah.
Okay.
It's always best to have your own town council.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Interesting thought, though.
all right, so,
A lot of work, maybe it is a full-time job.
hopefully not. Move to approve the expenses of $200,258 for the legal department. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so next up is human resources? Yes, human resources.
Yes, that's me. Okay, so in personnel, the increase in salaries was partially the unionized employees' increases, and then just a small 2% for non-union. And then a big part of the increase, in addition to that, is they actually hired somebody to do the work that they had been using a contractor to perform. So this is a substitute for various programs, et cetera. And so that's money saving in the long run, but it did increase in the, it shows up now in the salary line.
Jan, excuse me, that's a full-time, an FTE position? Can you elaborate a little bit on, or maybe?
So I actually didn't get to speak with Cindy because she is on medical leave, but she did send me
I
extensive
think we're on
notes.
we're on human resources.
It's human
right?
resources, is that the?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I'm doing the wrong one.
That's okay.
Apologies. That's the library, we'll get to that. No, in human resources, what happened there was an employee that was shared with the schools. This is the manager of benefits. And she came over to the town 100%, or to the rest of the town 100%. So it's just adding her salary on.
So she's a new FTE.
No.
She's not a new FTE. Her salary was being coded to a benefits liability line. This position was supposed to be funded by the school department, and we had to make that correction because it can no longer be billed against or be posted against a benefits deduction line. So that's why you're seeing this correction.
So, okay, so is this how it's going to be moving forward?
This is how it's going to be moving forward.
Okay.
Is there any kind of allocation for something like that between the school?
No, the school will tell you that it's a fixed cost.
Okay, so it just had happened to be booked over there?
When I came on board, when my tenure started, I was told that this position was being funded by the school department. Upon doing a deep dive and analysis of where things were being coded, I quickly found out that this was being coded against a benefits liability line, a deduction line. That had to be corrected because we were running into a deficit situation because the salaries were actually being posted to a liability line. So we had to make that correction. Right now, I don't think the school
on the
has the
balance sheet?
capacity. Yeah, on the balance
Oh.
sheet. I don't believe the school has the capacity to handle this full-time salary at this time, so we've taken that on.
So it's a shared position with the school?
It is.
Where is that position located in the
Physically,
chart?
right here in this building in the
It's in
HR
this
department.
building, but it's,
HR,
but it's a position that administers the
benefits in
benefits to
both
the
the
school
schools
and the
and
town.
general government, that's
Yes.
correct.
Benefits.
So the
which-
whole, this is the whole piece then is being charged to this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so I don't have any issues with this, so I vote to approve the $2,000 to $610.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the rest are just, general office type expenses, no issues there that I'm aware of. And so vote to approve $12,150.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving on to MIS and IT. Department 155. Who had that one?
That was Mark.
Oh, was that Mark? Okay. All right, so no major so there's some percentage increases here that are definitely stand out a little bit, but dollar amounts, they're very, very, very tiny.
Terms of-
In whole, yeah, it's a 2% difference in allocation. The expenses, so there's probably $50,000-$60,000 of software or network IT expenses, kind of smattering of different things that drives a departmental budget total of $82,000 difference between fiscal year '26 and the '25 allocation, which is 13.4%. What's driving that?
So what's driving that is the consolidation of most of the expenses for systems, communication, software components, support with the software. So IT is assumed or has taken a lot of that underneath their wing, and that's why you're seeing an increase in their expense lines. They also purchase all of the hardware as well as consumables, so toner, for instance, for printers, what have you. That's all flowing through a centralized point, which is the IT office.
Did it not used to?
There were departments that were ordering their own toner and supplies, but right now we're consolidating that all through IT to manage
Okay.
it much better, because we don't want to have a stockpile of toner which then becomes obsolete if the machines are changed out.
And I'm sorry, what were you saying about the agreements that we have?
So there's been a consolidation. So for example, communication, Verizon, that's all being handled centrally through IT as opposed to departments handling their own communication needs.
Okay, so that used to also be
Parsed out.
distributed. Yeah, and now it's centralized, okay. So we would have found those expenses in the other departments.
You'll see some savings in the other departments, but this is where it's all kind of concentrated in the IT.
Yeah, which is why it looks like a big number, and the other departments would be tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, which adds up. Okay, all right, good. Any other questions on information technology on the board? Move
I'm
on.
just curious.
Go ahead.
Paul, I was just curious on the software, hardware, maintenance support. I'm a little ignorant on this, but we're supporting several systems correctly right now until we're fully transitioned to Munis.
Correct. That is correct.
So do we see some of this support maybe decrease?
As we increase the modules, we should see a reduction in the software support, but just keep in mind too that this is support for other softwares that are being utilized in other departments and areas. So it's not just the core financial systems. It has to do with the fire systems, the police systems, any other software packages, whether they be web-based or hosted locally on the servers. That's what makes up this number for software maintenance and support.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to make a motion to move on $295,714 for personnel expenses for Department 155. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'd like to move $319,092 for expenses for Department 155. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to town clerk. Who had the town clerk? You did?
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, we see an increase in salaries this year because they've added another person. They now have 3 people instead of 2. Okay, so you'll see the increase there in salaries, full-time town clerk. First line represents Reese's town clerk's salary plus stipend that she receives.
And if I remember correctly, that additional person was added through town meeting, correct?
That is correct.
The funding was, yes.
The funding was, right? Okay, so this is shifting it over to the budget, the operating budget. Okay.
Correct.
So, and then basically, let's see, so the salary, so I have no, the rest is pretty standard, incentives, sick leave, longevity, all pretty standard stuff. So I would say, unless somebody has any questions, I'd say.
Has that person been hired, or is it?
She's hired.
Okay.
She's in place.
Okay.
So she's actually, so there's another question about what that's going to do to the FY25 budget then too, right?
That was, the funding was already
The
approved.
funding was there, the funding was
Yeah.
approved at town meeting, so this is shifting at 26, as it got it, sorry. Took that.
That's okay, no, it is complicated.
Okay,
absolutely.
so I would say I move to approve the request of 259, 855 in personnel.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the expenses, pretty basic, they do a lot of printing, they have to, they do a lot of mailings. So this printing and supplies, this all really falls into the same, it's all for meetings and there's a whole separate elections page, but this is all, stuff that's pretty routine in their office. So no real changes, a little bit of a decrease in a couple of the lines, but, so I would, unless somebody has questions, I would say let's I would move to approve this line, $4,340.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 And
For matters of expediency, unless somebody tells me different, I think we can just vote on probably the department budget total so long as we've talked through it, right?
I think that we've done that before. Is that right?
I thought we were told to do personnel, but,
Separate?
We have,
Personnel?
That would be
You
for
said-
town meeting. Town meeting
Just for
has,
town meeting?
town meeting has to break it
oh,
up
but for
into
this
subs.
purposes, we can
Yeah.
do both.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think.
for this purpose, we can approve both at the same time, right?
Sounds good.
Okay, all right, good.
Okay, so into elections, $36,000 for the part-time elections personnel. You see that's gone down. Last year, there were 4 elections. This year, there's 1 election. Thank you, Sean. So
okay.
it's gone down significantly. Again, the same thing with printing, $2,500 as opposed to $10,000 last, because of the number of elections. The only concern was the money for the census went down a little bit, and I think that was something that she, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, that and it's $3,000, that's it. So it's just, she said that would be a little bit of a challenge, but that's pretty much the end. That's the only discussion around.
Just a little bit of a challenge? Nothing,
She said it'll be a little bit of a challenge, it's gonna be a little bit more than that, so, yeah, she said a little bit of a challenge. It's not enough.
You're saying that 24,000 there was removed?
Nope, just 7,500, I'm sorry, it's for 7,500 down to 6,000. Just make sure I've got.
Oh, that's, okay, got it, okay, all right.
Yeah, just a little bit of a challenge. The 10,000 down to the 2,500 is the printing services for the elections.
Okay.
That's fine, because there's only one election.
All right. Do you want to move on the
Sorry,
the total?
yes, I
Yep.
will move on the 19,000, on the total, 55,500 for the elections budget.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to conservation. Who has conservation?
Conservation was Dan, so.
Dan?
Did you take it, Paul?
No, Dan, I see this, Dan.
Nope, we don't have, okay, all right, it's fine. So total department down by about 11%. Down pretty substantially, wow. What's the, what's driving the drop here? Looks like compared to a couple of years ago, it's not that much of a drop. But it's definitely a difference from what the fiscal year 25 appropriation was. What's driving that?
What's driving that is that they had a part-time employee code as a full-time employee, so that was a correction to their budget.
Okay,
So that's why you're seeing a decrease in the full-time salary line, but you're seeing an increase in the part-time salary line. That's actually changing that full-time person from a full-time status to a part-time status.
okay, got it.
So how many FTEs in that, in conservation then?
I believe there's 2 full-time and 1 part-time.
Two
2.5.
full-time, 1 part-time.
2.5,
2.5 FTEs?
correct.
Okay. All right, any questions? All right, I move on $226,951 for Department 171 Conservation. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, next up is the Planning Board, Department 175. Who had that one?
That would be, sorry, that's Mark.
Okay. All right, so this one looks pretty flat with 25 at 200 and, so we're at 205, or almost 206,000, which is, again, flat with what the 25 appropriation was, and it's only a few dollar, or a few thousand more than what it was in 24, in 23. I don't have any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody on the board? Seeing no questions, I'll move on $205,979 for Department 175 Planning. All in favor, or I'm sorry, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. All right, so zoning. Zoning for
That was Mark as well.
Department
Oh, sorry, I mostly said Mark.
176. So I'm looking at this and, what does this say? Is this one of
Is
those?
Nancy the only person in the zoning?
Yes.
Sean, help me understand where's the rest of it in this summary sheet, please. So in this sheet, it says 7,029, which is what the fiscal year 2020, oh, because I'm looking at the wrong one. That would help. All right. You can just throw things at me.
No, I'm not.
A
gonna do
microphone.
that.
No throwing.
Make good for
We're
good
non-fighting.
TV. All right, okay, so sorry, that's my bad. All right, any questions on the 71,722 for zoning?
No.
Nope. Why did that go up, the full-time by 8%? versus,
Because in FY '25, the wrong rate was being used to calculate the FTE salary, so we have since corrected that. A lot of these changes to the FTE
I got you,
line.
and it aligns with 24, okay, got it. All right. I'll move on $71,722 for Town 176.
Second.
I'm sorry,
Second.
Department 176. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. All right, next is police. We had a pretty good detailed conversation with the police department. We went through this in pretty good detail. Is there any questions, any more remaining questions on any of this? We have a budget of $7,702,434.28. Any further questions or discussion?
No.
Nope.
Okay, I will move on for the Department 210 Police Department,
Did you?
$7,702,434.28. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That's police. Fire we'll do next. Again, we talked to the fire department and appreciate their time spent here. All right, any questions on the fire department? Nope, seeing none. I will move on $7,089,887 for Department 220, the fire department. All in favor, or I'm sorry, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Building department. We have buildings.
Buildings was Mark.
Okay. All right, so building department, we have $389,415. We had a just a 2% change on personnel. 357. And it doesn't look like any operational changes there. Same person, same, just, okay, general increases. Okay, any questions on building inspection?
No.
Mr. how many total people from part-time in the building department?
Did we lose them, Paul?
No, we're still
No.
here.
Oh,
Sean's looking it up.
So we have 5 employees total.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Total?
5.
And so, how many are full-time?
They were all full-time.
They were all full-time? Okay. So that's for the 303? Okay.
Any other questions on building inspection?
Just a quick question. If
No,
they're all
go ahead.
full-time, why is there a part-time line there?
You know what, I'm just looking at that now. There, we do have an electrical inspector that is part-time. Thank you for pointing that out.
So that's 4 full-time and 1 part-time?
That is correct.
Okay.
All those positions?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, that is, no, it is 5 full-time and 1 part-time. It is total of 6.
So what are the 5 full-time positions? I'm just,
Building commissioner, administrative assistant, the assistant building commissioner or the inspector, the local inspector, as well as another clerk. And we have a part-time
another clerk?
electrical inspector.
another clerk?
Yes,
Has that position been filled?
yes.
It has, okay, great, thank you. And then the electrical. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Nope.
All right, I'll move on a $389,415 for Department 241 Building Inspection. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sealer of weights. Any questions?
Should be quick.
No.
All right, I'll move on $5,000 even for Sealer Weights and Measures, Department 244. Do I have a second?
What is that? I'm sorry, can you tell me, what is sealer?
So every time you go to the cold cut store and you buy the supermarket, you weigh your fruit and vegetables, he
Okay.
checks all the scales to make sure they're
Oh.
appropriate. When you pump your gas, you'll see his name and seal on the gas pumps. If you go to the tipping scale at the DPW or at any of the businesses in town that have tipping scales, you'll see his stamp.
Awesome, thank you. Couldn't remember what that was.
All right, I'll move on $5,000 even for Sealer Weights and Measures, Department 244. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Animal Control.
That's me. So I met with Lieutenant Sullivan and Ally and had a nice little talk with them about animal control. So basically, if I can find my sheet, hang on one moment, please. So they have 2 full-time employees, that would be Ally, and then she has an assistant, okay? And then there are, they have a bunch of volunteers as well, but, so basically the personnel line is just those 2 people, the 144, 532. And then the professional services, they do a lot of repair, they have to repair the shelter, they're very resourceful, they try to make repairs instead of, going out. They took a window from the fire department and used it to replace a window at the shelter. So, it does cost a little bit of money to have some of the work done there. But that's that's one of the biggest lines there. And then, there's vet services, they have vetting bills, medical costs for some of the animals. They don't want to kill the animals, they want to keep them, and then it costs money to keep them alive. So, basically, that's what the majority of the expenses are in that animal control line, okay? In the expense line under animal control.
Did something happen between 25 and 26? I'm just looking at the salary increase of 10, almost 11%.
Did they hire a new, or was that an adjustment? They hired, I know Ally is new. There was somebody that had been there for a while. And then there's an assistant, a part-time assistant. I don't know, is that person isn't new. That person's there's always been an assistant. So is that just a pay grade, pay?
So when we looked at the salaries, this was the actual salaries that are being paid, the current rates. So that's what's driving the actual fiscal year 2026 request. I know there's been some department changes, there's been some
Yeah.
personnel changes, and I think that also is part of the driver at this point. So I'm not sure if the recruitment was at a higher rate, but their actual for FY 2024 was around 123. But looking at the current rate of salary, it would actually require us to pay it at 142 or plan on 142 for the budget.
Okay. Jen, you get that?
Yes, thank you.
So my recommendation would be to move the 168,682.
Second.
Are you good?
All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, it's getting late, my brain's.
Yeah, I know it is.
Get a little
Okay,
slower.
then I have animal inspections, wait a minute. They, and of course I have the sheet here, but it's, here it is, sorry. So basically, they go out, they inspect.
Which department is this?
This is animal inspector. It says Board of Health, but it's not really part of the Board of Health. I guess that falls under the police.
Oh, that's
Animals.
519.
Yeah, oh, that's.
Harbor Master's next, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, went out of line. Sorry, it's because I met with them about this.
You better finish before 10:30 or we're
Yeah,
gonna start.
I guess
We're gonna be all over the
it's
place.
happening, so, oh, the harbor master is made as well. So let me get that, sorry. So basically, in terms of the salary line, there's nothing unusual there. That's an increase, just increase in, this part-time and full-time position. I'm sorry, full-time position. It's, again, it's getting late. I apologize. But that's, okay. There's really nothing alarming here either. Everything is pretty self-explanatory. They've got 4 boat trailers. They have to pay for the docks. They have dock fees. They have $4,900 in one department and $4900 dock fee and a $14,000 dock fee. So that has to come out of their budget. They pay for uniforms. They do a lot of trainings. There's overtime, and pretty much that's represents the $234,621.51.
So the,
Sean, maybe, oh, sorry.
oh, I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask on the professional services.
Sure.
So that increase is due to vessels being stored at one of the marinas. That's the expense that the town
That's- yeah.
harbors right now.
Oh, okay,
I
okay,
should
okay.
have explained
Gotcha,
that a
got
little bit
it.
better.
Okay, oh, I got it. And I'm sorry, what was going on with that
So that was coming out of the
before?
waterways budget at one point in time. That money was coming out of the waterways budget, and he ended up having to take
I'm-
it out of.
I'm not really sure if it was coming out of the waterways budget, but I do know that the cost for storing some of the vessels at the marinas is a cost of $20,000
Yeah.
per year. So
Mhm.
that's what's driving this at the moment.
Yeah, it's
Um,
5,000 plus 14.
Did the Harbor Master get a new boat or just a replacement on a boat recently?
No new boats.
No, this-
That's not in this line item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, this is just for the
I
storage.
was asking
of
for the storage. Are they storing an additional boat? He's always had the same boat?
No,
Or a boat?
it's the
No,
same
it's part of
boat.
the capital.
The same boats.
Single. But the boats are in storage when they're not being used. In the winter, he keeps the one big boat to do rescues that's out.
So that $22,000, Brian, is under the professional services for the harbor master, okay? And that's, I guess, professional services storing the boat.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, interesting though, he pays for his gas. It doesn't come out of the fuel, it doesn't come out of the DPW fuel, is there? Can you help me with that? I'm just curious.
Because the
about that.
boats can't go to the fuel depot.
Because the boats can't go to the fuel
So they
depot,
have
they
to
can't.
fill up at the pier.
Okay.
You're not the only person that's ever asked that question.
Okay. I don't know why they can't go to the, I don't know why, I guess I'm just curious as to why that comes out of that budget though, and it's not, that money is not included, even though, I mean, he pays for it, but
But it's not town fuel.
it's not town fuel.
No.
Because
We-
it's
we
from,
don't own
because
that.
it's right there.
We don't own the fueling
We don't
dock.
know we don't
Taylor
own that
Marina
pump down
owns
there at
the
Taylor?
fueling dock.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good, it's good to explain, thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions?
None for me.
Jana, Paul?
No,
All right, then I move we approve the $234,621.51.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Being it's 9:30, any objections to taking a 5-minute break? Just quick breather. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, what are we going to do?
Yeah, no, we're going to finish. We got to finish. Yep. Everybody good? We'll take 5 minutes? Okay, we'll be back in 5. Permission. Oh, hello? All right, great. So we're back. We are back. Okay. All right, next up, schools. I had schools. We talked to the schools. No, next is schools. So, Schools Department 301, the recommended amount here is $59,433,376. So, this amount, if I'm correct, is the same amount, it is not changed, correct? And since the budget was originally submitted back in late January? Is that right? It stayed at this $59,433,376 number?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. The schools, if I remember correctly, have asked for closer to 61 million. Is that right? And change?
I think that their request for level funding, I don't have the paper that they presented the last time that they were here in this chamber, but I think that they are also adding the $631,000 in free cash that's been allocated in the special annual town meeting article.
All right, so I just found the number here, so they requested 60,798,942. The amount that's allocated here in the budget is 59,433,376, which leaves a gap of 1,365,566. And so, could you walk me through, have we closed that gap completely?
I'm actually going to have to run downstairs to grab my backup because I wasn't prepared to speak to the schools.
Okay,
So that if you excuse me for just a moment.
I appreciate that.
I don't have a school budget in.
But, because it wasn't an individual,
Okay,
yeah, but it is one that we have to,
yeah.
we have to vote on. So the request that the school would put in of 60,798,942.
This is what I have. Is this what you're referring to?
It would be,
So the difference is about, what, 600,000? Or no?
Is it right here?
no, it's 1.3 million. 60 million, where's the 798? Right here. Projected school committee education budget, 60,798,000. So what the schools have requested, or what they've requested is 4.76% increase over prior year.
So are they requesting that amount or with the 350,000, or is that for the unfunded position?
No, my understanding is it's the 60 million, the original request at 4.76% is 60,798,942. And that's what they've requested, which is, again, a hair shy of the 5% increase. We heard from the schools that I remember we talked to them in a lot of detail about why their costs have gone up. despite the fact that there's been a significant reduction in the amount of pupils. And a lot of the discussion was around additional services that the town is required to provide, the school committee is required to provide as part of state law and other unfunded mandates. We're just going to give another second for Sean to return.
He's here.
So the total, excuse me, the total funding that I have for the school department is one, is the $1,731,069 that's currently in the proposed FY 2026 budget. In addition to that, $631,634 is being allocated towards one-time costs to help close the gap with the school's budget. So the town is actually providing $2,362,703, or a 4.09% increase to their budget.
Okay, and they requested a 4.76% increase. So what's the difference in total dollar terms?
So I think their deficit right now, from what they requested for that 4.76, is $383,927.
383 and how much?
927.
927. And was there further discussion with the schools of being able to close that gap?
We have not had further discussions.
Is there a plan to?
Yes, we have approached the school to meet with them. I believe that we have a meeting scheduled, is it next?
Well, we asked, I didn't see them. They hadn't responded. We did ask. They said they weren't available to meet today.
So this,
Rick, we can postpone a vote on some of these items.
We'd have to do.
We have in the past.
We'd have to do it.
yeah, I don't know that we have time for it, Paul. Okay. I guess well, let me ask a question. So the town's budget in many departments across the town has gone up well north of I shouldn't say well north, but it's gone beyond 4%, right? The total town budget is increased by how much?
So general government has increased $544,373, or 13.6%.
13.6%.
That's not including the schools.
That is not including the schools, it's just general government.
Okay, so the town's budget's gone up by 13.6%. We're going to tell the schools that it can only go up by 4.09%.
But I also want to call attention to the fact that $89,000 of that is for a benefits position that we are funding that is supposed to be either shared or the school is supposed to be paying for. $200,000 of that is almost legal fee increases as well. So almost $289,000 of that $544,373 are for other costs that are not really associated to normal, ordinary expenses. Those are expenses that we are now taking on and correcting the budget.
Are we talking about the town's budget, non-school related budget?
Correct.
Okay.
Veterans, say that,
This does not include veterans. That's part of our
it's not,
Health and
Can
Human
you
Services.
talk into the microphone?
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
It's not including the veterans, is that what you said?
It's
Okay.
not included.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. I don't, again, I'm just having I mean, we talked to the schools at length. And I definitely think that they have some fiscal challenges ahead. You know, they've maintained the same level of non-labor-related spending without any material percentage increase in 15-plus years. And on a personnel cost expense, it has gone up significantly. And it's gone up significantly despite the fact that we've had a reduction of about 25% of our student population. But I thought, again, this is my perspective, I thought that the schools did a good job at presenting where that cost has been having to be layered in as a result of the unfunded mandates that are coming from the state and the additional support services that have to be provided for students. With that in mind, if we've closed, I think it's great that we've closed a chunk of the gap and we're doing it through free cash. Question on that is, are we doing that? Is there going to be some sort of a written agreement between the towns and the school, or how does that work? I mean, in other words, if we say, don't worry, we'll get out of free cash, how do they know that? Does that go?
We've already been tracking free cash, so there'll be an article at the annual.
Okay.
At the special town meeting to earmark those funds.
Okay, so it'd be approved as part of the special town meeting.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
What's the dollar amount on that, Meg?
It is $631,634.
631, 634?
Correct.
Okay. That's the money from free cash that would go to the school department to help with the deficit?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so the balance then still stays at 383,927 in terms of the difference of what we haven't been able to make up through free cash that will go before the special town meeting and what the schools have requested. So I'd be curious to get opinions from others on the board, but it'd be my opinion that that the advisory board would recommend an increase to the $59,433,376, an increase of $383,927.
Let me ask, where are you getting the money from? Because there is no money.
No, do I have to?
What's that?
Recuse myself on this one?
I don't know if you have to or not.
Do I have to recuse myself?
Yes,
on
you
this?
do.
Okay, all right, so you're recused. Well, I think that's something we'd have to figure out. I guess my question to you is where could we find this funding in our existing budget right
They'll
now?
have to make cuts, or they'll have to ask the select board for an override.
Okay, so it's,
There is no money. They take the largest chunk of money,
yeah,
so you can't compare it by percentage, you gotta compare by dollars. The general government side provides the fire protection for the schools, the police protection for the schools, the ambulance for the schools, and they also get other sources of money. The town money is not their single source. They get state money, they get circuit breaker money, they have pools of money. Now, they may have depleted them over the years, but they do get additional funds from other areas of state government.
so I understand that, I agree with that, but at the same time, if you look at how teachers' salaries compare against others on the South Shore, we're among the lowest. If you look at how the spending per pupil compares against other South Shore towns, we're among the lowest. So I completely understand that, and I think that's a rational argument, but at the same time, to cut from them and require that they're going to find a position or two to cut when they're already spending lower than what is being spent in adjacent towns doesn't, I can't understand how we would sit with that.
Well, they should be spending less. They have 1,135 less students to educate.
Yeah, but Mr. Maresco, this is a matter of dollars per pupil. So if it was a matter of total dollars, I see your point, but what I'm talking about is dollars per pupil spending is still lower than it is on average on other South Shore towns. So with that, I mean, yes, the total student population has dropped, but at the same time, the spending per pupil is still one of the lowest around. At a time when I'm sure that the schools probably need sport.
I think you have to look at what caused the problem. I think if you look back, without having access to the school money, I'm curious how they spent their ARPA funds and stuff like that. We cautioned everyone not to spend money on creating positions, because once that money dried up, it was gone, and I believe it was 22 to 23?
Yes.
22 to 23, they increased their budget by $6 million. That tells me there was some other kind of money that was used there. I'm assuming, without knowing firsthand, that it was ARPA or some similar fund money, and they grew positions with that. The money dried up, so now they're left with the deficit.
That may or may not be the case, I don't know. It sounds like you're not sure either. But when we look
Well,
at,
I can tell you it's not town money. It wasn't
It's a
town money.
fact that their overall cost of operating the schools from 2022 to 2023 increased $6 million. That's self-reported, and that's available on DESI's website.
no, and I'm not challenging that part, but as far as like why that happened, where it's coming from, I don't know that that's clear, but what is clear is still just the statistics of knowing how much we're spending per pupil, how much we're spending on personnel in terms of like average teacher salaries in a town where it costs over $700,000 for your average new home. I'm just having a hard time understanding how we would just tell them that we can't do it.
So where do we make the cuts?
Where do we make the cuts?
Correct.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I mean, I'm not the expert. I don't, this is not my day job. So I'm asking you if you have any ideas where we could go for it. Otherwise, my recommendation would be is that we pick one of these departments. We could pick the select board department, and we'll find $383,927 to reduce from it. I mean, we already earlier in our discussions, there was already a position there of $30,000 and change, maybe $38,000 that would come away from that. So, and then I guess I would leave it up to you to figure out how to spread that out. I'm asking you for your opinion. This isn't me trying to be flippant. I'm asking, this hasn't been worked out with the schools. We're sitting here tonight at 10
Well,
o'clock.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. And I find it disingenuous and disrespectful. We met with the schools numerous times. In fact, we closed the gap at our end. We come up with $631,634.
And that we also came before this committee, this board, and had this conversation, and they agreed that that was an acceptable number, that they would find a way to close this gap. So this conversation comes as a surprise. It's kind of blindsiding us because we're not prepared to close the gap for 383,927. And we have been reaching out to the schools. We have provided outreach. We've tried having these conversations.
So there is no money. Now, if you want to cut police, you want to cut fire, you want to cut DPW, those are the three big departments. The other option to the schools is that they would have to request and do an override. There hasn't been an override since 2007.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Just currently, are there any plans to meet with the school board at all?
We
We've been
reached out to
trying.
them, we've been trying.
When you
Tried
say
today.
you've been trying, you tried today to meet today?
Mhm.
Okay, so were you able to get an appointment with
No.
them, a meeting for them for the
No.
next day or so?
I mean, these things are urgent, but yet we're not getting a urgent
Well,
reply as
people
far
have
as.
schedules too, so I
But
mean,
this-
you know, you
but
have to.
There's a history,
yeah.
there's a history here, to be honest.
Well-
Before school vacation, we tried meeting with them, and we couldn't meet with them until after school vacation.
Right.
To me, this is a very urgent matter, but it doesn't get that level, I don't feel that sense of urgency to address this, quite frankly, from my perspective.
Interesting.
Well, the thing that's, again, challenging for me is that my understanding coming into my understanding, I shouldn't say coming in the meeting, a week or two ago is that the gap had been fully closed. My understanding from speaking with Mr. Miller today is that the gap has not been fully closed. It's only been partially closed by this free cash allocation, which means that we still have a $383,000 difference that hasn't been settled yet. I don't want to be in the position of trying to determine where it goes.
And see, this is a surprise because that's not the conversation that we had in front of this board, that they were okay with the 4.09 and they were going to find a way to close the gap of the 4.76 for the level funding. That was my understanding, that was my takeaway. That's why I feel blindsided at this point in time. And you're
Yeah, that's
asking me,
correct.
you're asking me my professional opinion as far as where the cut's going to come from. I can't tell you that tonight. I have to look at this and do another analysis to see where we can make cuts. That means it's going to impact other services to citizens at the sacrifice of the schools.
Fire, police, ambulance, DPW.
I mean, the only one I would recommend would be that assessor position that wasn't planned to be filled as a start.
Okay, that's 44,000.
Right, but
But where's the other 340,000?
I'm not saying I.
I don't know, but I don't,
I can't give you
No,
any
I'm with
answer
you.
tonight,
Yeah,
but.
I understand.
but it's not, the answer isn't, well, we're just going to go find it from fire and police. I mean, I don't think that's the
Well,
answer.
you're asking, Mr. Chairman, where the money's gonna come from. We're telling you, as the financial people, that there is no other money left. We use free cash to close the gap to help the schools out.
You don't have another 383,000?
No, we don't, no.
That's right, because you mentioned earlier that it was
Correct.
after you used the further funds,
And
you're
why
down
would you
100,000.
use free cash to fund positions? That means next year the deficit grows to double that. That's the mistake the schools are making, I believe.
Free cash is not supposed to be used for reoccurring
It's
expenses.
for one-time expense.
And we specifically asked them, what are the one-time expenses we can cover with free cash to close the gap while you address whatever challenges they're facing? That is the list we came up with. It was 631, 634 when we met with them. And from that point, going into a meeting with you folks just recently, I was under the impression that that was adequate, that they could live with a 4.09, and that they would find a way to close the gap on their end for the 383,927. Now we're having this conversation where you feel it's prudent to increase it to 383,927. Where's the money going to come from? It was very difficult to balance this budget to present to you folks this year. I don't know where I'm going to close that gap.
Jan?
Their deficit's only gonna get bigger because they did disclose to all of us that they have not negotiated or settled the contract for the paraprofessionals.
Jan and Paul, do you have any questions or any thoughts or comments here from your side perspective?
Jan?
I don't know whether the schools have been challenged to look at some of their administration expenses or not, or other things.
They're light on administration, if I'm not mistaken.
Say again?
They're light on administration. Are you talking about the administration at the central office? Or,
No,
Across the board principals.
throughout, between the school buildings and the leadership, et cetera, in the central office. I don't know whether it's possible or not. It was just a large number when I looked at it. Relative to the size of the overall personnel budget.
I know we asked this question of the schools, and I was just reading through their response. They provided to you and I. Paul, any questions or comments on
I'm
this?
trying to vaguely remember, but actually, that's what I was listening, waiting to hear first, was their response. I vaguely remember what Sean was saying. But I'm somewhat of an impasse, you know, $300,000 tonight. And we'll put it nice that the school board, came back and reiterated, we went back and looked, and this is what we're gonna do to close the gap.
Well, it leaves us
If
with,
they agreed,
what's that, I'm sorry?
if they agreed to do that, why haven't they done the due diligence to inform us before tonight? Or everybody before tonight?
I do echo Rick's comment, though, about the relative low value of the cost per pupil and the teacher's salary compared to our neighboring communities. That's
Now,
actually,
the teachers only make up 50% of the entire staff of the school system. I don't know if that's
well, it might be
an
relevant.
accurate gauge.
No, that's actually pretty accurate.
Well, one recommendation I have, Rick, as I mentioned earlier, when we came to an impasse like this, we've tabled this, gone and got the information, and prior to town meeting voted on a particular line item that we didn't feel comfortable voting on. I'm not comfortable with it, but as we're talking now.
Did we do that?
What did we do?
In the past, we have
Oh.
tabled an item
Oh,
and then rescheduled the meeting to vote prior to town meeting.
But I didn't know that we had done that in regards to the budget.
yes, we have. Paul, the issue is that the budget has to be on the warrant, and the warrant is released on the 18th. So we're in a time crunch. We have tomorrow and Friday. And we could certainly have a discussion about.
Is it possible to have a no recommendation on a line item? I mean, for something that doesn't balance as a budget, how do you vote yes or no for something that's not balanced?
Well, that's the challenge, right, is that it'd have to come from somewhere.
We did our part. We came up with $631,634 to close the gap.
And I think that Michael's point is that if they haven't settled contract negotiations, it's going to be more than the 383. So to come up with a number that's probably going to be exponentially larger, that just can't come from the town side.
Can't what, Vic?
That just can't come from the town side. There just isn't that. I mean, it's going to be more than the 383. 383 would be a deep cut. If you're talking about settling contracts, that goes so much deeper.
They'll have to make cuts. They should be they'll have to review their administration. Last place you'd want to cut is teachers in the classroom. Unfortunately, we just don't have 383, 987.
These are already the vacancies that they have. See that, in terms of administration, they're late on administration. These are.
The only thing I can say at this late hour is we vote on the number that's been established.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's do that then.
I can't vote.
Sherry has to abstain. Does anybody want to move this? At the number that exists, I'm not going to.
I mean, I don't want to move a number that's not.
Well, it doesn't have to be a unanimous decision here. We can just take a vote.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what. I will move then 59 million. It doesn't mean I'm going to vote on it or vote to approve it, but I will move 59,433,376. I'm sorry, $59,433,376 for schools department 301.
Actually, before you do that, can you
Yeah,
move
go
that
ahead.
additional assessor piece, whatever that small 43, is that something you can?
44,624.
Might as well include that as the starting point.
That's fair. So 59,433, 376 plus 44,624, you said?
44,626.
626. Okay. So it'd be 59. Where's my notes here?
Is that the 59,433?
59,478 and $2, right? If I did that math correctly? 59.
Tell me the numbers, and I'll.
59,433,376 plus 44,624. I'm sorry, 624,626.
44,626.
Okay, so yeah, so it's,
$59,478,002.
okay. All right, I'll move $59,478,002.
No, 598802.
No, I think he was right.
No, 50,
I'm sorry, say that again?
59,478,002.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. I have that written down.
All right, so move 59,478,002 for schools. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All of those in favor, say aye.
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 I'm gonna say aye just because I think maybe we should take this on next year, maybe if we can get involved in the budget process sooner and understand the numbers much better.
Okay, so all those in favor, no, no, one no, so that's 3 yeas, 1 no. Okay. All right, so that moves. All right, the next ones are DPW administration, DPW engineering, highway maintenance, cemetery greens, trees, and fuel, which we just reviewed with Mr. Patterson earlier, so we should be able to move through these fairly quickly. Is there any other questions on DPW? Any of these, and then we'll go through and vote on each one of them. Administration, engineering, highway, maintenance, cemetery, greens, trees, and fuel.
Just a couple quick questions. I think this is just accounting changes on administration expenses, other, up 70%. I know it's not a lot of money, but we just getting better in line on that line item as far as budgeting goes.
I'm not sure what lines you're referring to.
800, 5,800, a line item, first line item of expenses under 400. Other repairs, maintenance, DPW, just, pretty, a lot of big swings, $800, 58,000, 35.
And again, I think that it's just, cleaning up accounting and the consistent conversion, them understanding what the account really represents and making sure that the expenses are coded accordingly.
Getting everything in the right buckets. About the same with the professional services.
Yes, that's pretty much the same with professional services.
I wanted to move down to, I'm gonna jump down to 421, because I just got a few questions, I'll go back and vote them all. 421, expenses. Highway safety details.
Highway safety details remains flat at 7,500. There's no change.
I'm sorry, I didn't even see that. In the supplies account, up 50%.
Public works supplies? I think this may fall into that category. Some of these accounts need to have better descriptions, and we need to work on that. I can tell you what's charged to there right now.
Sorry, Meg, can you speak? I can't, sorry.
So, sorry, so, I mean, in terms of, the reason why I can't tell you right off the top of my head what's in that public works supplies, I can certainly look in the general ledger, is some of these categories do need to be better classified, but in terms of what's charged there right now, I could take a look and tell you. And I apologize for our computers are
You good?
moving a little slowly. There's a range of expenses there. They've got quite a bit of Taylor lumber and hardware. There's some landscaping supplies in there, paint. They charge their water there.
Again, it's just, I know it's been a few years in this changing into this financial system, but again, it's just more of this learning process, ongoing learning
Sure.
process, of getting things bucketed in the right places. And hopefully by next year, we'll have a lot of that cleaned up.
And I think in terms of like, why did the number change? And Sean, to me, that looks like that's averaging out the historical
It is,
data.
yeah, it is averaging out the historical.
Okay, so historical forecast. Okay, and then just back on administration personnel. I don't think anything. I know we allocate engineering and administration, and it seems to be every year. I'm just wondering, is that something that's going to be changed it seems every year we do have an allocation between engineering, personnel, full-time allocation, and administration allocation. Is that just normal
Well,
process
there-
every year with those salaries?
There is, well, engineering, so we're talking about two different departments, but those two departments don't cross. So Department 400 does not cross with 411. However, the full-time salaries for each one of those respective departments, in some cases, depending on the level of responsibility and involvement with the enterprise, those full-time positions can be 25% general fund and then 25% each for the three enterprises. Some employees are not at that 25, 25, 25, 25 split. In some cases, it might be a 25, 25, 50. Some cases, it might be a 33, 66% split. It just depends on the position and the level of responsibility or involvement with each enterprise.
And that involvement can change year to year.
It shouldn't change every year. However, depending on the needs or the business needs that dictate someone spend more time with, I don't know, solid waste versus wastewater, that percentage could change, but it's been pretty static.
Okay.
We went
All
through
right, I'm ready to, there's no other questions, I'm ready to move on these. I will move to approve 400 DPW administrative, 177,296.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
On engineering, Department 411, move to approve 201,356. Second,
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
on highway, I was thinking, we already talked about highway, I'm sorry. On Department 421 highway, I move to approve $1,186,322.25.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 On Department 423, one interesting thing came up the other day, just a quick question. we flatline budget this every year at 400,000. Is there a reason I think I asked the question, is there a reason we don't increase that?
Yes, there is.
Because it's a deficit?
Yeah, it's because of the deficit spending. So once you approve a certain level, if you were to increase it, you can never decrease that line, because once you decrease the line, then you cannot deficit spend. It's just a weird rule that the Department of Revenue has, but that's the way it is. So you tend to keep it lower, which can unfortunately put you in a position that if you have a big year, you're going to be in a deficit. But like, we wouldn't want to increase a budget to match the snowfall for 25, because we would appropriate too much money. And then like future years, if we wanted to decrease it, you could then have another year like 25 and you would not be able to deficit spend. And that would be a problem.
Okay. On Department 423, I move to approve 400,000.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On fuel, we're doing a 22% increase. And we are contracting our fuel prices for gas and diesel, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, we just did.
So these numbers are based on, when we lock in those prices?
When did we lock in the prices? I wouldn't
Yeah,
be able
how
to,
long?
yeah,
But 1 year is what Sean had said earlier. They're locked in for 1 year.
Is it the fiscal year or is it calendar
No.
year?
I don't think that, I think it was sometime in the fall.
Okay. All right, Department 24, move to approve $510,088.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That just leaves us with cemeteries, greens, and trees.
We have maintenance as
Maintenance.
well.
Maintenance, okay.
Maintenance is going up 16%. Mostly in full-time salaries. The 9.4% on the full-time salaries is, so how does that equate when we're looking at, 3% increases? There's no headcount change, I believe.
That has to do with the contractual increases with the CBA, as well as looking at who's actually working in that department and realigning and adjusting the personnel to reflect that department. That's why you're seeing a $26,383 increase.
Okay. So overall, 16% increase for the department. On the line item under expenses for maintenance contract, is that maintenance contracts for equipment?
To be honest with you, it tends to be a catch-all account. There's a lot of things going through there that they're not necessarily maintenance contracts. It's kind of, I think what goes there is what doesn't fall into one of the other categories.
So I see it's pretty much, looks like it's forecasted based on previous year before last year.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Department 449, I move to approve $634,908.
Second.
All in favor?
Second?
Aye.
Sheriff, was you gonna do for cemetery?
Nope, you can go ahead, Paul. You got that, you had the questions on it. I think you covered that.
Now, the only question on the expense side, although we are 20% for the personnel. So part-time went from 0 last year to 50,000 this year. And full-time stayed level, so it seems like we added some part-time people.
That is correct. So they engaged 2 part-time people during heavy usage during the summertime season to, I guess, cut grass and the ball fields as well as maintain the cemeteries.
How was that work previously done? Do you know?
I was previously told for the FY25 that they did not have part-timers in that department. So this was unfortunately an oversight on their part when I was told they didn't have the head count when in fact they did. So that was an oversight in communication on their part. The reason why the full-time salary lines have increased is because we looked at the vacant positions, we funded the vacant positions, but at the same time, because we went through a deep analysis on the actual payroll being spent and the actual headcount in these departments, that this is another correction.
I think that, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't FY 25 was before Sean came, is that right? So maybe he didn't have the numbers of employees?
No, FY24 was before I arrived.
Was before you? No, not you, Sean.
Sean Patterson.
Sorry, Sean Patterson.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right, Sean Patterson. So so those numbers were from previous, and I think he's corrected those numbers, correct? Am I right? Okay. When we talked earlier, Mike, about some departments, I know when we talked with them about a wish list, he said, 2 things came up, and, basically the morale there is pretty good. They've got a camaraderie, they know what Sean expects of them, and they are happy to do their jobs, but they are the lowest paid DPW workers in this area compared to other communities. And, with the cost of insurance, they rely on overtime to get by, okay? And so he said, a couple of extra people, now we're talking unfilled, vacancies, I think, they'd probably love to have some of those positions filled, and maybe even a little bit better pay. Again, just passing that along as part of our,
No, you're 100% correct. When I first got here 8 years ago, there were DPW employees that qualified to be on the state-funded healthcare because their pay was so low. So I worked hard with the town to get the pay up where they didn't have to
to
be.
get where it is now.
I can't, at this late hour, I can't think of, what is the healthcare that they give? Yeah, the health connector.
Yeah, Mass Health Connect.
Mass Health.
Mass Health, okay. Anyway, I told you I would tell you which,
Thank you. No, that was good.
and there's a couple more.
Yep.
It just seems like a really significant increase for this department, especially now looking at things with another lens, not knowing that there's a difference in the school budget. So, I don't know, 167,000 increase in this department seems like a pretty significant amount.
Well, they provide services to the school also. They do the plowing, they cut the grass.
Yeah, they maintain
Ball
the
fields.
ball fields, the
Thank you.
fields. They're doing all that maintenance work. The school's not contributing towards this department. This is a department that supports the maintenance of those schools, as well as the playgrounds. Let's not forget the playgrounds.
In the sewer treatment plant that's on the school complex. It takes care of the wastewater from both the high school, Furnace Brook Middle School, and the Martinson School.
And the change in FTEs in this department is those 2 positions only, or a reallocation and then 1 or 2 FTEs, or?
No, so the change for the part-time employees is because they have 2 part-time employees, which was not communicated with me when we created the FY25 budget. The full-time.
So that 25 actual will be higher than,
Yes, it's gonna be higher than 0. And the full-time salary lines, that's because we had employees that were coded to the wrong department, that were cemetery, trees, and greens employees, and we committed to filling or funding 1 vacant position.
what department were they charged to?
There was actually a unbudgeted cemetery, trees, and greens position that we agreed to fund because there's such a strain on the overtime right now.
So all in all, it's not really a 167,000 increase to the town.
No, it is 167,976 increase on the personnel to the town. But what we're trying to convey is that they're also supporting the operation and maintenance of the schools as well. There's no pass-through, there's no indirect to the schools.
No, but I'm just saying that you said the part-time employees have been there in the past, and if you're just putting them on the right line, it doesn't mean an actual increased expense to the town, does it?
No, it is an increase because we did not appropriate funds in FY '25 to cover those part-time positions.
So are they covered within the budget?
They'll be covered in they'll be covered in FY '26.
Who paid for them in
No.
25?
Who's paying, well, right now, we're through the year-end transfer process, we'll be covering that deficit.
That's all I meant.
It, I didn't have, take the opportunity to talk through this too much with Sean, but it's just, it seems like there's room here on the overtime, emergency overtime. I understand it looks like the number is based on historical forecast prior and for 24 before, which obviously is just, kind of a standard practice. Not sure what happened in 25. But just in general, has this account come in budget in previous years?
Can you,
I know
can you
it's just
speak?
one line.
Mr. Chairman, can he repeat his question?
Yeah, can you repeat your question? I'm sorry,
Thank
Paul.
I says, historically, has this line item come in on budget?
It looks like there was,
Maybe that's too granular a question, I can understand.
no, there was, in 2023, there was a surplus of 32,000. In '24, we ended the year with $25. And this year, it's trending over, just due to the fact that the two part-time positions weren't funded.
But trending over the 657?
Well, actually, I'm just looking at the expense line, so that wouldn't account for that, sorry. Just in the expense line, it's still trending higher.
By how much? About,
I'd have to do a projection.
because you still have to project out, what, like 3
Yeah.
months?
Excuse me. Thank you.
Well, and the reason why it's hard to project out at this point without consulting with them, the next few months are going to be high months for them.
Just being out and about.
On the expense side.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Because now they go out and they have to
Move
get
to
all the
approve
fields
the, I
ready.
move to approve the $1,028,382. We got a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I think I'm against that one. Based on those positions there, in light of the new budget issue as well, so I'm against it.
I'm also going to vote against. So that's 1, 2, 3 in favor, right? Jan, Paul, Sherry, and two against. Okay. Okay.
So what do we do about that? Or
What do you mean?
how do we just vote against it?
Same thing, it's.
No, we didn't vote
recommend
against
to
it.
approve, 3-2.
Okay.
Yeah, it still moves forward as it's produced here. Okay. Let's move on. Board of Health.
Oh, that's me. Okay. So Board of Health, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me? Okay. So basically, there was a decrease in one of the full-time positions and a decrease in the part-time position. And basically, all of that was due to the nurse that was, I believe she was I think she was a full-time nurse, and now they have in her place, they decreased the line, but one of the nurses has moved into a clerical position. So is that, was Amanda?
Amanda's not a
Amanda?
nurse.
She's
yeah.
not a nurse,
She's
okay.
not a nurse.
You know what, I think I did that the other day, too. I don't
Yeah.
know why I'm doing that right now. So, but they had.
They do have a nurse.
They have a nurse, it's
part-time
Nancy,
nurse.
I'm
Yep.
sorry,
Yep,
it's
no.
Nancy, okay. So Nancy is the part-time nurse, Amanda is one of the, she's the part-time clerical position, okay, I got it right now. But that is due to the decrease in the part-time nurse for that department, okay.
So Amanda was incorrectly coded as a full-time employee being paid out of the full-time salary lines when she should have been coded as part-time.
She should have been coded as part-time, okay.
And we have, and it is the secondary nurse position that's not filled.
It is the secondary, okay. So, that's the difference, okay, is that second nurse, okay, that second part-time nurse. And the only clarification that I need on the expenses is the
Consulting
appropriate.
services.
Yes,
So that's because they had a third party managing a consortium grant between 5 communities. It was the health, I think it
Oh,
was the
that's right.
healthcare excellence grant. We no longer have that expense, or they no longer have that expense.
it's being covered by the grant,
It's being covered by the grant, but it's
Right.
being managed by another community.
that's right, okay. Sorry,
I just
so,
have a question, sorry. Are you still going?
no?
So what does a nurse do for the town, just for my information?
Well, she is there, she does give out shots, in the fall season, they give out the shots, but she charts, does all the reporting to MIIS, which is the DPH website. They track communicable diseases, they track COVID, they track flu. She does all that kind of paperwork and reporting for the Board of Health.
Do you need to be a registered nurse for that position?
Yes, and it's highly confidential.
I was just curious. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, good question. Thank you.
Okay, so I move to approve the 378,169 for the department total.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Animal inspector
That's me too.
for $5,000.
5,000.
No.
Oh, it's
No,
10,000.
10,000, sorry.
So that
Keep looking
is
at the wrong column here.
two, that again is Lieutenant Sullivan and Ally. They do all of the barn inspections. I have it all written down here, but I can't find it, but they do all the barn inspections.
Count all the animals.
There's like 92, I think.
Yeah,
And they go.
90-something barns.
90-something barns, and they go out and they actually
Horses,
inspect.
chickens,
They
pigs,
have-
llamas.
Oh, here it is, yes, they have like 3 months to do it. They start in late September, and they have to be finished by December 31st. Chickens and
Yep.
everything,
Llamas,
llamas.
everything, yep.
And basically, this also, some of the money here is for quarantining animals that have been bitten, like they have to, that's part of it. Okay, but they go out and the other thing is that they inspect all the barns.
Good.
Oh, me again, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, it's late, I apologize.
You're good.
So the request is for $10,000. I vote to approve the $10,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Council on Aging?
That's me too, okay. So, Council on Aging, let me get my Council on Aging. So basically, this number went up 25 to 26. They actually have, I want to say, they have, some of the positions are funded by the town, some are funded by GATRA, and some are funded by the state formula grant funding. There are 7, I believe it's 5 part-time positions that are funded through that state formula grant funding. So they basically have roughly 18 or 20 positions, I think 18, that are funded through this, through the town. So that's what that those numbers represent, the full-time employees and the part-time employees. It's all made up of those 20 or so employees. But again, the 2 paid by the grant, and the 5 by the state formula grant. And then there's, basically, right here's a little. They have a 7-member board. They have over 100 volunteers that work at the center. They offer services and programs to all the adult aging community. They have social services as well, so it's a qualified social service worker. She's a professional worker. They have a part-time person as well. They, again, some of the staff is paid for through the town. So these, the expenses really, again, pretty self-explanatory. They do, advertising, they do newsletters, they have dues and memberships. They're required to be part of the, it's a Council on Education Professional Association. They have custodians that they hire to clean. Cleaning services are pretty significant there. They have other expenses as well. So I don't know if anybody has any questions specifically. I do have the breakdown here, but if you have specific questions, I'm just trying to kind of,
I don't have any specific questions.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just add just to follow up,
Sure.
carry on, the 100 volunteers, that represents over $500,000 worth of money that if you had to pay the labor costs for the services that those
Yeah.
volunteers provide, it's incredible, so.
It is
Yep.
incredible. She runs a really nice program.
She really does.
And, she does have a couple of, on her wish list, basically, if I may, okay, the social service position that they have in place right now, she said, is really it's not adequate for the amount of work that the person does. I guess, that is something that she would like to see addressed. And the other thing is, she said, I don't know, again, short-staffed, this is the discussion I mentioned I would tell you about, an additional 2 days to help that social services person as well would be extremely helpful. She knows that the town, she fully, understands that the town is in a little bit of, we have to, like you said, the 10% on the expenses, everybody understands that, but she said that would be very, very helpful. The other thing is she has a pretty great cafe, and the person that runs the cafe could also, use to be, she said that she could use probably 5 more hours there as well in the food services manager, because she's, as the cafe has grown, the responsibilities of that person has grown as well. But she said it's really, again, morale is really great there. Everybody's, it's a good, I'm hearing that like within the departments consistently. The morale is good within the departments. She was, though that would be her wish list when we talked earlier about.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, so, that said, I would move to approve the $632,197.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Veteran Services?
Oh, that's me too. I didn't really know very much about what they do in this department, and this was very interesting. They basically, just to kind of, the salary line that you see here is for the 2 people that are staffed there full-time. There are 2 Veteran Services offices, Karen and Lisa. And then this rest of this line is just, exactly what it reads. The incentive is 5, longevity 5 years, and the incentive is, I think that might be, is that a little stipend for one of the, like the education value?
I think it's either Karen
Step,
or
it's a
Lisa,
step.
yes.
Yeah, it's one of the steps. And then, so that's the 183, And then the rest, you know, they do, again, I'm going to go to my cheat sheet here. They provide a lot of services to the veterans and their spouses in the community. They find resources for housing, medical, dental. A lot of vets don't realize the services that are available to them through the state. She said they work with helping them to understand what they're entitled to. They organize, monthly support groups. Again, the housing is a big issue with them. So they have a gift account, but the town budget, and their gift account is a revolving fund, not in the town, part of the town budget, but they're very careful about how they spend that money, it's private donations, and it does take care of some of the extras. But basically this town budget is, like grave markers, those are the flags that are on the graves. The, office supplies, the state does pay for some of the flags, I guess, but it comes out of the benefits line. And then professional services, they do a trolley. It's the claims program on the software and the subscriptions, very specific to the vet services. And then, just some of the office supplies, which she did mention to me in this $330,000 veterans benefits line, 75% of that money gets reimbursed back to the town, and it goes into the free cash, right, general fund.
It's recorded as a revenue in the general
It's
fund.
recorded as revenue, okay.
What's the name
So-
of that program?
It's the veterans benefits, so, yeah.
So, I think that covers everything. After this, I would vote I vote to approve the $532,995 for this department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Library.
Okay, time for the library finally. So there's a change in, an increase in salaries for normal pay raises and a decrease, like I said before, they in-housed somebody doing the work of substitute librarians, and they were in-house the expense of contractors, so that would show up down in one of the expense lines. That all seems reasonable to me, and in terms of the services and the expenses, they've been making investments in non-print related products, databases, ebooks, software programs for people, reducing expenses on actual physical books, and they have a reasonably high outlays for computers and networks and everything that get a lot of use in the library, and they run a whole bunch of programs which are very well attended. So the overall increase is 6%, and they seem like good investments to me, so I would move to approve the $959,830 request. Recommendation.
Quick question before we move on that, Jan.
Yeah.
The 12% difference in full-time salaries, what is that from?
Right, that's where they hired somebody to do the work that they had been using contractors to do.
So where was that contracting money sitting from
I
earlier
don't know which
periods?
service line. The head of the library's been out on sick leave, so I didn't get a chance to speak with her. I don't know, Sean, if you know.
Yeah, I do, actually. So what the library has done is they've taken 2 part-time positions that totaled roughly 39 hours bi-weekly and created a full-time 75-hour position. So that's where you're seeing the increase in the full-time salary line and a decrease in the part-time salary line. However, due to contract negotiations with, what's the
The union?
Yeah, the union.
It's got
the Ventris?
the Ventris, Vespa.
Due to the contract negotiations of Vespa, we do have some employees that did receive significant increases based on a step increase. And some of those increases totaled about $6,000. So you're seeing, that's a roughly $18,000 increase just on the contractual negotiations.
Mhm. And they kept the non-contractual, the non-union laborers to 2%.
Yes. So the bylaw people are still at 2%, but because of that renegotiation, I believe that 3 positions did see significant increases, step increases. But they did also convert 2 very part-time positions to 1 full-time position, which, converting, you would think 2 part-time positions converting to full-time, but the total hours for the 2 weeks was only 39, when in fact it created a 75 hour. So that was another increase to the full-time salary line.
So we merged 2 part-time people to create a full-time position.
Correct.
Went from 2 part-time people that were working how many hours per person?
19 hours for 1 person every 2 weeks and 20 hours for the second person every 2 weeks. So a total of 39 hours
39 hours every 2 weeks.
every 2 weeks to a 75-hour position. That's 75 hours for every 2 weeks, or 37 and a half hours.
But it's not a dollar for dollar
No, it's not.
increase.
Well, I guess
The
we
14,000
we merged the 2 positions because, why?
We would have to ask the library director that.
But by merging the 2 positions, we ended up spending more, right?
We did.
Oh, that's not what I read from her notes, but
And that's already been done.
I'm sorry.
That's already been done, correct?
It's already been done.
are you familiar with anything that relates to taking out costs from hiring contractors to do some of this work, Sean?
I wasn't aware that she had contract labor. I do know that she has substitutes that she utilizes when there are gaps in scheduling, but I wasn't aware of any contractors working for the library.
But maybe that's just my term, but the substitutes,
Yeah, there's a line for substitutes in her budget.
So as far as the process to go through HR to fill this position, how is that posted and handled if there's going to be an increase in expense that isn't necessarily budgeted for?
So what we did to cover the expense for the current fiscal year is that she had vacancies that one of those vacancies was not filled to accommodate for the shortfall.
But the vacancy wasn't eliminated either.
No, it was not eliminated. It is a funded vacancy in FY26. And as that result, that's the increase that you're seeing in the FY26 budget. Also keep in mind, because of that contract negotiation and the increases that those bargaining unit members received, that also increased her full-time salary lines exponentially.
Based on like step and grade or?
Yeah, 3 of them received well over $6,000 increases.
Say that again, Sean, I'm sorry, they've
I
received,
said 3 of those employees received $6,000 increases.
okay.
So that's about an $18,000 increase just on that one piece alone.
I don't have any other questions.
anyone else?
I don't.
Okay, so now I will move to approve the $959,830 budget request.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Did we get Paul? Did I hear Paul's voice? Oh, you're on mute, Paul. That's why we didn't get you. I assume this is an aye. Okay. All right, recreation.
Okay, that's me. Okay, so a couple of things here. What I have is I was able to meet with them and talk about their personnel budget. Their personnel budget is $170,402. Basically, that is the full-time positions. It's Craig and Nancy. The $4,000 is the supervisor contract. It's, I'm sorry, it's the education for the bachelor's degree that's included as instead of, well, it's the fourth, I don't know what I'm trying to say there. It's $4,000 that's included instead of, what is it? Instead of
Education incentive.
educational incentive,
part of that.
okay. Because he has the bachelor's. And then, so basically, this 170 is just salaries, right?
Correct.
So regarding his, the rest of his budget, he said there was no conversation, he did not have any involvement, no budget meeting. He said that,
On the salaries, or they're talking about
on
the
the, on the
revolving?
revolving.
And we're trying to meet with him.
Yes, he did say that, but what he said was that his understanding is that it is going to be substantially cut, and that it is going to impact the amount of services and programs that he is able to offer to the town, and it, has a major concern over that. So, that's the message that I was, given today. So I guess you are meeting sometime soon, but,
Had they received their budget?
so they received the budget for the salaries, but they did not receive the budget for the rest of, some of their programs, they're self-sustaining, there's a revolving fund.
That's
So
correct.
there was a revolving fund, and the salaries were paid out of the revolving fund.
So let me just explain what is going on. So town meeting approved expenses to be for the revolving fund, $265,000 and change. That, at one point, that included their salaries. But because the legislation is such that with the recreation revolving, we cannot pay full-time salaries and fringe benefits out of the revolving. So we had to move that out of the revolving account and
Right.
put that into the general fund budget. So that's why you're seeing just the salaries here. When the budget was crafted with recreation, because of that $265,000 approval at town meeting for the expense ceiling for the revolving, once we back the salaries out of that, that only leaves them, at that time, about $78,000 for programming. They've been running over that expense threshold, so we've pulled the salaries back, we've recalculated the revolving, but the revolving expenses for FY '24 far exceeded the revenues that they have generated.
So,
And that's
Again.
and as far as the budget for the revolving, that's something that Craig needs to create. I have no idea what expenses are funneling through or what the programming is for the upcoming future. That's what I'm really depending on the department head to approach us to tell us what the needs are for that revolving fund.
I think they've had trouble accessing, I'm hearing this across the board, by the way, that there's a lot of trouble accessing their revenue. A lot of the departments they don't feel like they have easy access to their revenue, and that there's a lot of confusion around getting an actual expenditure and, a sheet that looks something like this through Munis. that the training through Munis has not been, it's been a hard transition. It's been a challenging transition for them,
So
okay?
so specifically to Craig and Nancy, I have spent time almost a year ago going through the process as far as how to pull down a trial balance report for their revolving. They've all been given instructions on how to do an account inquiry within Munis.
Yeah, I've sent out step-by-step directions. So on the training component, IT spent a significant amount of time going around to each department and training them. And then added to that, Sean has done training, I've done training, my staff does training, and they've had like step-by-step procedures provided to them.
Okay, and again, I'm just telling you what I've
Doesn't
heard,
matter.
and I've heard it
Yeah,
across
yeah,
the board.
yeah.
I do want to say one thing, that they were very, they feel that you have been very helpful in sorting out their budget, what has happened prior to now. They were, they both said that right at the get-go. And, this has just been, I think, whatever happened, his understanding was that the expenditure limit was that 265.
Yeah, which I think he was under the impression it didn't include his salaries, but
No, I think he
prior
said-
it did.
Oh,
It-
no,
it's
he
just-
knows that.
Yeah.
But he said that he was going on the 265 based on last year. Okay, so I don't know, I'm just telling you that,
And the expenditure limit that we set for the revolving, and this is all based on the deficit, we set it at 156.
okay.
And which we're still gonna, I want to talk to him, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, he told me he wasn't available till the end of this month,
Okay, till when?
till the end of this month. I think we might actually have a meeting scheduled before then, but initially I had a meeting scheduled with him on the 27th of March.
Okay, so and I'm just asking questions, the revolving fund, so the programs that they provide, self-sustaining, right? I mean, for the most part, other than, the salaries, but even if they were to, the amount of money that they bring in based on the programmings would cover the salaries and the expenses of that department. Now, they're not supposed to pay for the salaries, I understand that. So,
But that's not a law we make, that's a state law.
right, no, I understand that law, actually, thank you. That wasn't a surprise to me, okay? But if they're pulling in $300,000, so the expenditure limit, is that set by the town, or so the town sets that expenditure limit, so you decide even though those programs are Even though-
Those amounts can change. I
that's
think
right.
I don't know historically what has happened because I
Mm.
haven't been here all that long, but I think that there would be an evaluation from year to year to see like what revenues are we bringing in, because obviously the expenditures cannot exceed the revenues. So I think just like any budget, a budget's going to be driven, same thing for revolving, it's going to be driven by the revenues that are being brought in.
Okay. So, the other thing I know that, they seem to be, I think, if I may just refer to my notes here before that they, sorry, so the Munis, and then, they would like to grow this department. I mean, the town seems to appreciate the programs that they offer, but they, I think, feel like they could use, a little bit more help, that, one of the people that are working there, she's doing quite a bit of, more than she's doing an awful lot for what her position is there. So I think that, in order to do that, they were hoping that that person could have a classification that reflects the work that she does on a day-to-day basis. She continues to do a lot of the jobs outside of the job description, and is happy. They're happy, by the way. It's not, again, the morale is good there. They enjoy the programs, enjoy what they do. But it sounds like, that they're a little bit taxed for help, and then I think that combined with this other piece. So, anyway, I don't know how we vote on this because it's $170,000, but it's not the entire budget.
You could
Well,
vote,
it's the
you
general
could,
fund budget, yes.
you could vote on the salary line.
We can vote on just the salary line, okay. And what about the rest of the budget? How does that get voted?
That will be another article at town meeting, so
Oh,
there's
it
an
will.
article for revolving funds that sets the expenditure limits.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So I would move the 170,000, move to recommend the 170,402.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Veterans Memorial?
That's me. Okay, Veterans Memorial.
Actually, could I stop and just ask a quick general question of Sean real quick here? Are there any positions in the entire budget that have been vacant for more than a year? Meaning we're allocating money in the fiscal year 2026 budget for them, but for more than 12 months or greater, they have not been filled. They've been,
Well, one would be the clerk position in assessors, and
which one?
that was the one that you,
44,000.
that's the one.
The
that we've already-
44,000.
We've already reallocated the 44,626.
Yep.
Let me just take a quick peek at my sheet.
I guess one unrelated thing to the free cash. If you, so there's 4.2 million or so, and you have, basically all that kind of allocated for next year. Can you provide a list of what those allocations are?
That will be
in the
part, that will be part
In
of
the
the
warrant.
warrant article,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the nurse position, which we eliminated, that was well over a year for public health.
I'm sorry, can you speak up? I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, the part-time nurse position in public health, that was not funded this year.
That was not funded in fiscal year 26.
Correct. But you're asking the vacancies that are over a year.
Or that are still present, where the funding is still
Yeah,
present.
and it's just,
fiscal
I
year
believe
26.
it's just the nurse position and the clerical position in
Okay.
the assessor's office.
Okay, thank you. All right, sorry, Veterans Memorial.
Veterans Memorial, basically, this $24,320, it is for the maintenance, it's for the maintenance and caretaking of the Veterans Park. And there's a contracted caretaker, he's not a town employee, and it's the honor roll park. And basically, it's the supplies and contract for the honor roll park. Like a new mower, like if they have to purchase a new mower or something to that effect, it goes into this line. Okay, so that's pretty simple, straightforward. If anybody has any questions, otherwise I'm going to move the $24,320.
Second.
Okay, Rick?
All approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Historical Commission?
I was not able to meet with the department head. We just were not able to connect on that.
Okay, this is for $3,850. No major changes except for $30 change in dues and membership. Okay. I move the $3,850. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Clam Flats.
That's me. Okay, so basically, the $16,000 is for the department head, and the $1,000 is for the supplies he needs for the clam flats, and basically it's rakes, gloves, water water pots and jackets. So that's a $16,000, is that, it's not a stipend, right? It's a part of his salary, but how does that, salary? Okay. So $17,000, unless there's further discussion, I say we move to recommend the $17,000.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 What is unclassified? Why don't I see that?
We're at 940. Towards back.
Yeah, I see it on the list here. Is there
940.
a page on it?
There's no real page numbers for these ones.
Was there, do you see the detail? Do you see it? Okay. Thank you. All right, it looks like there's no change. Did anybody have this? No. Okay, looks like there's no change here.
Dan had it, sorry.
There's no changes. The amount is 1,000 for part-time employees. I'm sorry, Mr. Maresca, can you walk us through what this is? This
Yes.
31,000 in total, and then the annual audit and payroll services?
So this is drug testing for our employees. This is all the prep for our annual town meeting, printing of the warrant, printing of the annual reports, any supplies that go along with that.
Okay,
Then the lower part, that's the OPEB, which is the post-employment benefits. We do a stat that covers the study. We have an annual audit every year, we're mandated to. And payroll services, that covers, that's all.
Well, it covers the W-2 printings, the ACA reporting, all of the, as well as the payroll processing.
okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
All right,
Just some typo, it's all zeros, or there is some increases? The
there's-
spreadsheet didn't calculate?
There's no increases, it's pretty flat.
I guess on the bottom, there's a couple changes.
Like an actuary report?
where's,
It's probably just carried, formula's probably just carried down.
And you went, okay, 25.
yeah, they're all,
25 and 20.
they're all the same from the 26 request to the 25 appropriation, down through total department budget for 31,000. But the annual audit, OPEB, I'm sorry, payroll services, where does that show up on the summary? It doesn't. Or maybe, that's probably over here. On this other, here we go. Okay, I see, 149. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
All right, I'm going to move $31,000 for unclassified, Department 940. All, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Department number 149, which is the audit OBEP or OPEB payroll, OPEB payroll and munis systems. I move $130,100. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, utilities.
Okay, this is mine. I would actually call everyone's attention to the bottom line totals, because this really tells the story that shows up in a number of the lines. So if you look at the increase that's showing up is almost 14%, and $114,000. But then if you then look back to the actual years, you'll see that 2024 actual was 811. And then the 2025 appropriation was 704,000 change. And then it's gone back up to close to the 24 amount, being 818,570. And these, those increases from 25 to 26 show up in electricity, the street lighting, heating, and communications mostly. And Sean, am I right that this had some irregularities due to some capital budget expenses that covered what otherwise would be in our utility budget for 25?
Correct. So when the DPW facility was being constructed, the OPM was actually paying for the electricity for that building. And when that building was turned over, I don't believe it was 100% equipped with all the equipment. So the fluid system in the garages, as well as the lifts, those came on online later. So what you're seeing in the actual for FY24 is in fact the turnover of that building, as well as the use of those pieces of equipment that were installed in that new facility. So the history in 24 is really driving the increase in FY26 because there's an increase of electricity consumption for a 40,000 square foot building.
So that, the lighting would, it says street lighting, but would that?
It's not just street lighting, it's really more of the buildings or the equipment that's actually that's been installed in that new 40,000 square foot facility.
Mm-hmm.
Street lighting is one component, but the street lighting is one element of electricity consumption, but really the electricity consumption is more tied to most of the buildings.
You said how many square feet is that? 40,000?
40,000.
So were we able to project the decrease from 24 to 25 by looking at the, the plans, et cetera, to know what was going to be picked up by the OPM versus the town?
Well, that's the 23 is really what drove the 25 number because we're looking at an average run. So factoring in the turnover of the OPM for FY25 wasn't a factor because it didn't show up in 23, it showed up in 24, and that's what's driving the FY26 number is the average. Our electricity consumption should be it shouldn't spike unless we have some sort of weather event where additional heating is needed. I think the electricity consumption now has been pretty consistent.
What is your forecast for this year?
I think we're going to be probably around 800,000.
I'm sorry?
We're going to be probably in the 800,000 neighborhood.
Okay.
Any other
For
questions?
25, Sean, that was for 25? Okay.
We could have some savings with heating, but as far as electricity consumption, I think that's where that's what's driving it right now.
And do we have any electricity contracts in terms of supply contracts where we have the fuel rate actually locked in, the electric
Yes,
rate?
we do.
Okay.
So this is driven What's really driven, Sean addressed the DPW, massive square footage. We also, doesn't necessarily now, but when we had doubled the size of the senior center, that's doubled the electric cost. Same thing with the police station, doubling the size.
What is our electric rate that's locked in? You know off the top of your head?
I don't. I want to say it's like 8.9 or 9.1, something like that per kilowatt.
Okay. All right.
I read that Massachusetts has one of the higher costs of electricity in the country.
We have, to be precise, one of the top 3 highest in the country. Yeah.
It's the delivery charge, which now eclipses the cost of the actual electricity.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we're right up there with New York, California, and Hawaii.
Only to get worse.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, with the tariffs. Okay, so unless anyone has anything else, I'll move to approve the requested $818,570.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, that gets us through all of the main department budgets. We still have a few more remaining. So moving on to debt. I don't know that I have a lot of questions in regards. Can you just walk us through, Mr. Maresco, if there's been any major changes? I mean, it's a 1.9% change, which is not something that you budget in based upon what you want it to be. It's, if I understand correctly, it's based upon what our loan obligations are and it's our mortgage, basically, right? Okay. Has there been any new debt activity in the last 12 months that's being accounted for here? Any new loans that we've taken out?
So we do have the Martinson roof ban that was just closed January 30th of 2025, and that is for the feasibility and the schematic and feasibility study for the Martinson roof for the ARP program, or the Accelerated Roof Repair Program through MSBA. I'm sorry, it's 11:30. I'm a little stodgy here. So that is the only debt that we've closed on recently.
That was the one that was approved at the last town meeting.
December
That's right.
16th.
Okay. So that's the only one that we've seen in the last 12 months that was approved at town meeting.
And what was that amount?
Accelerated roof repair by the MS.
She was asking what the amount was.
The amount.
$1,050,000.
1050, okay.
Yeah.
I got the number, thank you.
That's okay.
And that's underway now. The roof.
Yes, they're working
Yeah.
through it because if everything goes according to schedule, the MSBA will make a decision in October, and then they move forward with the full project.
Okay. Any other questions on the debt? Seeing none. Let's take one more peek here.
The good news is debt's down. $207,615.
I mean, in terms of the principal?
Yes,
Yeah.
Overall debt, sorry.
overall debt.
service.
Overall debt service, yeah.
Is down how much? Over 2 million?
No, 207,000.
Oh,
207,000.
270. That would be nice.
We'll take that.
I'm trying to, because I'm looking at this number, trying to figure out, okay.
Okay. All right. I will move on. So I guess we got to go item by item here. So Department 705, Principal General Long Term, I move on $2,357,039. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. I move on Department 705, $781,452 for interest, general long-term. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I move on Department 710, principal debt excluded, $3,865,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Move on Department 710, interest excluded debt, $1,760,642. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Then finally, other debt service, Department 715. I move on $105,000. Do we have a second?
I'll second
All in favor?
it. Aye.
Aye. Okay. State assessments, we have $1,557,917, which is an increase over the 24 actual. Can you, and slight increase over what the fiscal year 25 appropriation is? Can you just walk us through that, Mr. Maresco?
I can. Let me just take a look at it.
The state and county assessments, is that what?
What's that?
Is state and county assessments?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's established by the state. That's part of the cherry sheet.
I'm sorry?
That's established, these assessments are set by the state. They're on the cherry sheet. So we get state aid, and then there's assessments. And these assessments are based on special ed,
Yeah.
mosquito control, air pollution. We don't establish these numbers.
Okay, so these are set.
These are and in fact, this isn't even voted at town meeting. It's established by the state, and it just goes directly on the tax rate recap.
This isn't voted on, won't be part of the budget?
No, because you can't, because if you voted a number that's lower than our actual assessment, that would be a problem.
So why does it ask for an advisory board recommendation?
Probably doesn't even need it.
Mr. Maresco, do you know? Does that require an advisory board recommendation?
I don't think so, because we don't, that's a number that we have nothing, they just mail that to us on a cherry sheet.
Well, if it's not going to the warrant, then,
Then we wouldn't have to vote on it.
all right.
It's really for more educational purposes, informational purposes, to
It's a big chunk of money, yeah.
to understand that this is a net against the state
Okay.
money we receive.
Understood. All right, so we'll move past that. Insurance, that's definitely in the budget, right? All right, general insurance, retirement, health and life insurance, unemployment, compensation, and Medicare. Have there been any, I know that the amounts are not, well, there is a jump definitely between 24 actual and 26, and then there is a little bit of a very tiny jump from a percentage basis between the fiscal year 25 appropriation and 26. Can you walk us through anything that would be pertinent to know here? I mean, this is basically our health and dental insurance and programs for all of our employees, correct?
So we get our health insurance for our employees. We're a 50-50 community.
Yep.
We belong to Mayflower Municipal Health Group, and they just voted to raise the rates by 7% on healthcare, which is relatively low compared to Maya that raised theirs at 14.6%, and the GIC, I think it was at 11.
Yeah,
11.
Okay.
So healthcare is a budget buster.
Yep. It's a big cost.
And our employees feel it too because it's a 50-50 split.
They're 16% of our budget. Okay.
And you're probably wondering why you're seeing drops from 25 to 26, because 25 was driven off 23 actuals, when in fact there was payments, or I think there was 13 period payments in fiscal year 23 when there should have only been 12, and that's what drove the FY25 budget way up, but we made that correction in FY26, so that's why you're seeing that level out.
Okay. Thank you.
And the retirement, that is the fully fund, Plymouth County's effort to fully fund the pension system by 2032. So we are going to continue to see that 9 to 10% increase from now until 2032.
Any questions from the board on our insurance benefits? There's not really much to,
No. Never room for,
Is Medicare based on estimate or
Medicare is predicated on the total payroll for the
just
town.
calculation?
excuse me.
okay. All right. I'll move on, Department 910, general insurance for $1,493,926. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Move on retirements, Department 911 for $10,040,917. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Move on Department 912, health and life insurance, $8,275,474. Do I have a second?
What?
Sorry,
Is that the right?
No.
help, did I read the wrong
I
one?
think it's 8,301,474, am I right?
Ooh, what?
Yes.
Oh, it's this one here.
Oh, I'm reading from this sheet right here. Where is that? I'm looking at the, Sean, I'm looking at the summary page here, this one. And it has 808,275,474. Where's that $50,000 hanging out?
There's a second line item below it.
Unemployment.
Oh, I see. Yep, sorry. So you add those two, yep. That's 8,325,474.
No, that's not the right number.
8,301,474.
Rick, where are you? I'm not sure.
325, 460.
This one right here. It's the summary.
Oh, the summary that's up front, I'm sorry.
Yep. No, you're good. Just trying to make sure we got it all correct. You see what I'm talking about, right,
Yeah,
Sean?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I don't know why it's that way.
Yeah, because unemployment is not included in that, that's in other, so.
See that sheet?
This right here, sure.
Yeah.
it's not going another direction.
Is that?
Is it too bad it's not going another direction?
What two numbers are you looking at?
So the number in your PDF is not the number I have in my sheet. I think you might have.
I'm looking at the sheet that
Yeah,
was printed off for us tonight.
Yeah, the 8,275,474.
Yep.
Is the correct number.
It is.
Oh, that's the
So
correct
it's not 8,301,000.
Yeah, so I think the page that might have been updated, and I believe that page probably did not get updated in your PDF file.
So I wonder which line is
So that's-
this in?
So where'd the 26,000 go?
43269.
Those totals flow into that last page. So we probably made some adjustment, or I made some adjustments somewhere along the line. I just didn't PDF that page. So that was prior to the update, because the update that I have is the 8275474 number.
Okay.
I come up with, I have, okay. So one of these line items then is, do you know which line, you don't know which line?
Yep, so
You're gonna-
where it says 1,491,397, it
Yeah.
should read $1,465,397.
Okay.
And when that was changed, Sean, where did it move to?
I believe we made an adjustment based off of a calculation that we could reduce it by 26,000 and still be within the tolerance of what we would need for FY '26. So where did it go? It went to help balance the budget for all the other departments.
Okay.
So I apologize that that page is not correct in your books. But the number that you are reading, the 8,275,474, is the correct number. I'd be more than happy to reprint this page and hand it to you so that way you have it.
Just for maybe the night of, the joint, we can get it the night of the joint.
Yep. Yeah, can you print that for us for the joint meeting? Okay.
Do it right now. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, thank you. All right, any questions on that? All right, so we're gonna move on, I'd like to move on $8,275,474. Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unemployment compensation, Department 913 for $50,000. I'd like to move $50,000 even. Do we have a second?
Can I ask about that? So there's nothing budgeted for the 3 previous years, but 25 has 50,000.
We do budget, what you're looking at is actual. We haven't had
Okay.
actual spend, actual expense.
This is the actual expense.
We always budget 50,000, but because we don't have actuals, you're looking at actuals as well as the appropriated for FY '25. So in FY '24, we've had no activity.
Okay,
So that's what you're seeing.
so those are the actuals, and then this is just what's budgeted just in the event, right?
But,
Correct.
okay, so that's a good question. So the event that would cause that to happen would be that we eliminate a position midway through the year, right? Outside of budget, we cut a position involuntarily, and then that individual qualifies for unemployment benefits.
Correct,
And then that's what that's paying for.
correct.
So if we don't have that budgeted, if we don't have it budgeted that we're eliminating any positions in the budget, then why keep the costs there?
Because we don't always know what's going to happen. We can't predict if we're going to have a layoff or not. So that's why that's there. It's just a contingency.
How many people is that accounting for potential layoffs? How much would $50,000 cover?
I think probably about 10.
10 people? Ten people would get $5,000 in unemployment benefits?
Well, you're talking, well, if it's 10 people, that's about 5,000 a week. Depends on how long if they qualify for the maximum benefit under the state plan, it would cover probably about 10 people. That would be about $50,000.
For a week?
I'm not, I
No,
think.
no, you just said for a week, so, I'm sorry, I'm not following that.
In total, so if I worked for the town and you laid me off tomorrow, I might qualify for $5,000 of unemployment benefits, and then I'm
We
done?
laid off 10 people at around 546, which I think might be the maximum unemployment benefit. That would probably max.
Oh,
us
546 a week?
546 a week.
A week, okay, I thought you
Per
said
person.
For 10
$5,000.
weeks.
Okay, for 10
For
weeks,
10 week,
okay, yeah.
10 plus weeks, yes, we'd be well over 50,000. But we put the 50,000 in there as a contingency in the event that we have a layoff. Or it's not just necessarily layoffs, it's separation of employment, and that person may file a claim of unemployment because they were terminated.
Have we done this before? Have we had that, have we used that line before?
We have in years past where we've had to lay people off.
A long time ago?
But if you did, again, just to go, I mean, just again to pull on this thread a little bit here, if you did, you would also then have the benefit of not having that labor expense from the fact that the person's now been removed from.
But then you're going to have to
Payroll.
you're going to have to backfill that position. If it's a vacant position, you need to fill it. How's that work going to get completed? So we're still going to have that payroll expense if you were in a term for other reasons than a layoff. But layoffs don't necessarily always save you that kind of money. You're not going to save the 100% of that salary if you have a layoff because you still have that unemployment component that we're still responsible for.
Right, but so that you have that unemployment component that's built into that position already, can you transfer that money to, like if somebody gets, you follow what I'm saying, if somebody gets laid off halfway through the year, they're making $50,000, $25,000 already expended on their salary, now there's $25,000 still left in that line. Can't you take, for that position, can't you take that 25 and at the year end do a transfer into this line?
It could if it's a layoff situation.
If it's a layoff
But it's
situation.
not always a layoff scenario. Separation of employment could be an employee that's terminated who's now seeking unemployment benefits. And if they're successful with that claim, they're now responsible for paying unemployment.
So I guess you're assuming a layoff for poor performance, as opposed to a layoff when you eliminate a position because of budget cuts or you don't need it or whatever. And so is 10 the right number?
Just to,
I question, I agree with Sean, you'd then have a position left that you have to fill, but you're not going to fill it the next day.
well, if it's a layoff,
Well, if it's a layoff, then the position's gone, right? If the person's been terminated for some other reason, whatever it is, right? And where they can go and make an unemployment claim, you're still not going to fill the position immediately. And the savings that you would get from the town personnel budget would probably be a lot more than $500 a week.
Well, that's predicated on the fact that we're not paying out any compensated absences. In other words, if they have accrued vacation time, that's going to be an expense when they separate employment.
isn't that part of the, isn't that built in, actually?
But if we were to have someone separate employment for whatever reason, and that person leaves and they have 3 weeks of vacation, that's 3 weeks we're not going to have that savings. And if it's a necessary position, I think that the department head is probably going to move to fill that vacancy right away. So I would imagine, depending on the recruitment, we might have a vacancy for maybe 4 weeks if it's a position they're looking to fill.
The cash would be paid out, but the expense has been accrued previously.
I'm sorry?
The cash will need to be paid out, but that expense has been accrued under
That expense is,
compensated absence.
that expense is built in, the expense is built into the budget, but it's built in as part of their full-time salary.
Yeah.
Because we're not paying them a full-time salary plus double time for the vacation. We're gonna pay them out their benefit time. That's gonna be backfilled into the time that they're not in that position. So if it's, let's say it's 3 weeks, that's 3 weeks we're not gonna save any money.
Do you accrue vacation pay?
That's
For the financials, not for budget purposes.
I see.
10 people's for the schools. Oh.
You know, the way I look at this is, if you look up on the workman's compensation, if somebody gets hurt, is that $11,000 enough? Just looking at it in general, I understand what you're saying, and all risk averse, say, well, we're not gonna lay anybody off, nobody's gonna have any terminations, so we can take the 50 out. Then somebody would say, well, look up top, what if one person gets hurt, that 11,000 is probably not gonna be enough.
I get all that. Again, I just come back to the fact too that we have other expenses here that we're being asked to fund that the board has voted not to fund, and we're going to go and put this as a set aside, just in case. And yet we're gonna say that when the schools have to go and lay somebody off. We're going to say, well, we needed to make sure we had some money just in case. I
think we just go to a vote, right?
Yep. I would just go to a vote. We will go to a vote. All right, I'll move $50,000 even for Department 913 unemployment compensation. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Medicare. All right, I'll move on $1,112,273 for Department 914 Medicare. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the Reserve Fund, Department 132, these all go to the warrants as well, correct, Ms. Maresco?
Yes.
Okay. The Reserve Fund, Department 132, this is for $100,000. It looks pretty static. What is that?
So that's in case there's an emergency and we got to cover a deficit.
Okay, got it. And this amount, now, when we see the actual, this 100,000, so that means that's been used up in prior
That's correct.
years?
Yep.
Okay, full amount.
So if DPW needs, emergency fuel purchase for diesel fuel or gas, we would use it on something like that,
This account is exclusively for unforeseen events.
correct?
For unforeseen events,
Yes.
okay, got it.
Does Marshfield have a stabilization fund?
Yes, we do. Yep, 6 million.
6 million. Are those used
Helps our
for,
bond rating.
and the restrictions on using those funds are,
You should never touch
Should
them
never
unless
touch
it's
it
an
'cause it'll
absolute
affect our bond
emergency.
rating, Right.
Okay, I'll move $100,000 even for Department 132, the Reserve Fund. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, next, snow removal, Department 423.
Did you do facilities?
We did,
voted on that.
yeah, we did facilities earlier.
Oh,
Yep.
we did facilities, okay.
we did snow too.
Oh, we did snow too.
We did snow removal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow- Snow and ice, 400.
Oh, we did.
400,000.
Yep, you're right,
We did the
sorry.
audit, too.
Yep. I got that confused with this other one, okay.
I think we just have the last two left.
This is annual town meeting appropriation, 17,000, but let me understand that, so the 23 actual is 66,000, 24 actual is 67,000. What was causing it to be so high compared to what we're forecasting now, and what's?
Because the senior work-off was being accounted for in this line, which actually has to be part of the overlay, so we had to make that correction.
So you'll see the overlay number increase.
What, I'm sorry?
If you look at the overlay from 25 to 26, it increases 50,000.
What is that? I'm sorry, forgive me for not knowing.
That would be like, in private business, it would be like a reserve for bad debt, but in this case, what it's reserved for is for any sort of abatements or exemptions that are granted.
Okay. thank you. So like and the seniors worked, you mentioned that the seniors work that off through town meeting and through some other,
Comes off their taxes.
Yeah.
off their taxes, so that's absorbed through that line.
Correct.
Okay,
Up to
thank you.
50,000.
Well, these aren't departments, we have to, we still have to recommend these, though, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
I'm sorry, I just missed the reason for the 276,000 increase from the actual to the budget amount
For which line?
for the overlay.
Oh, overlay, it only increased 50,000.
You're
I'm looking at the
300.
24 actual.
Well, the 24 actual, that was because we have to set aside a number, and the number that we were setting aside was not enough. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. The number that you were setting aside wasn't enough. So the actual was 300,000. So where did the other 200 come from?
We were running deficits in the overlay account, and that reduces your free cash, and you have to raise it on the tax rate recap.
Okay, so you're going through free cash to get it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So you run deficits in that.
We were in deficits, and it's not good.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll move 17,000 on the annual town meeting appropriation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Right, the overlay, I'll move $576,000 for the overlay.
I think that's another one you don't have to vote on, because.
Oh, we
that's
don't
not-
have to vote
it's-
on that.
It's raised directly on the tax rate recap.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And there's really no benefit for reducing that one anyway, because it just flows through.
It only,
free cash, so
it just,
doesn't
well, just,
affect-
it hurt,
Not really.
it will hurt us, because if it's a deficit, the DOR forces you to raise it.
Okay.
Oh, they force you to raise the money moving forward, the number moving forward?
So like so like on the tax rate recap, what that is, that's presenting to the state that we have a balanced budget. These are all our revenues, these are all of our expenses. If you have a deficit in anything, they're gonna say you need to raise it. So if you go into town meeting with a balanced budget, you now don't have a balanced budget because you have to raise that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And then enterprise funds, do we need to go through that as well?
I would imagine so.
Yes.
We do, okay. All right, we'll go through the totals on each. So we got wastewater, water, and then solid waste. All right. And we did discuss all of these earlier with Sean. Is there any other questions from the board? Seeing none. I will move $4,152,647 for wastewater. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. For water enterprise funds, I will move $5,225,644. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then lastly, solid waste, I move $6,597,694. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. One more item, I think that gets us through everything, right? I don't think I missed anything. We did reduce $50,000 from the unemployment compensation, Department 913. I'd like to move that we reopen the school budget advisory board recommended number, so that way we can discuss increasing that by 50,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I can't.
Any sorry, you can't vote. Any nays? All right, so if we take the $50,478,002, which we had approved earlier, and we increase that by 50,000, That brings us to
528.
59,528. Thank you, Mr. Maresco, and $2. 59,528 and $2. All right, any questions? Any discussion? All right, I'd like to move for Department 301, Schools, $59,528,002. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Not me. I can't vote.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody. I'll keep, I won't go into a long soliloquy here, but thank you for spending the extra time tonight. We had a lot to discuss, and I appreciate everybody's work on this, and hopefully we don't have to stay as late next year. So we'll see everybody the next meeting. So we had a meeting, or we don't have a meeting on the 17th of March, right?
Right.
We had canceled that. And so our next meeting is the Joint Advisory Board Select Board meeting, which is at 6:30 PM on Tuesday, the 25th.
Is that here?
Yes.
It is. And the warrant is available
On
the
the
18th, so we can get that on
The
the
warrant be available on the, which day is the 18th? Is that?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay.
I'll
All right.
send it to the, I sent it to the advisory board electronically.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maresco. All right, I'd like to make a motion to conclude the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.